Chapter 304. To give a simple example, in the early 20th century on Earth, whoever controlled the newspapers controlled the public opinion, which in turn controlled the thoughts of the majority of ordinary people. But with the advancement of technology, in the 21st century, newspapers were no longer the only source of information. Television, movies, radio, and more media joined the ranks of controlling public opinion. Only after the rise of the internet did those who had been kept in the dark discover in shock that the government had been treating them like idiots for so many years. This principle told us that in a situation where education and information were seriously unequal, it was easy to be deceived. It was just like how most of the residents of Linton City believed that the municipal building was the highest embodiment of democracy and freedom. In fact, they didn't know that they were just the targets of exploitation by the upper class. 99% of the profits from their daily work went into the pockets of the nobles and merchants, while the ordinary workers received just enough to make ends meet. In this world where monopoly and privilege prevailed, there was no such thing as fair competition. The path from the lower class to the upper class was so narrow that it was negligible. Even though Andre was already a member of the privileged class, he still hadn't completely changed his mindset and was still very resistant to certain methods. But as a smart person, he always hid these dissatisfaction in his heart and never showed it. This was because he understood that in this world, there were only individuals who betrayed their class, but never a class that betrayed its class. If he betrayed his current class, then he would have to bear the terrible consequences alone. Oriar was a world where supernatural forces prevailed. A rebellion from the bottom up would never succeed, so he could only avoid it. Everyone! This isn't the first time Bakarov City has provoked us, nor is it the first time they started a trade war. But I want to remind you that this time is different from any other time. They used an extremely arrogant tone to issue a declaration of war. Now, let's have the highest clerk, Ian Lockett, read the contents of the letter. Please control your emotions and don't interrupt before he finishes reading. As a political veteran, Georgie Bridle was obviously very good at stirring up the atmosphere. With just a few words, he stirred up the hatred and disgust of many people towards Bakarov City. As the second most powerful duke in Linton City, Ian Lockett was also known as a cold man or an emotionless puppet. It was said that he valued the rules very much. In his early years, he even personally executed his own 4-year-old daughter. The reason was that this ignorant little girl violated the family's ban and used the patriarch's seal ring to stamp a document. This document caused the family to lose tens of thousands of gold coins. Without any anger or hesitation, he simply asked his retainers to read the content of the ban. Then, ignoring his wife's pleas, he strangled the girl's neck with silk and buried her in the family graveyard. From then on, no one dared to violate the rules he set. All the nobles understood what was going on. Ian Lockett had just become a duke and lacked prestige, so he used his young daughter to establish his prestige. He was simply inhumane to the extreme. He was a complete scum from head to toe. Of course, the effect was indescribable. A person who was vicious enough to kill his own flesh and blood would be respected no matter what. Thus, most nobles were afraid of this madman and gave him the highest position, second only to the chairman of the council. This man in his 50s had his short silver hair neatly combed. He walked to the center of the hall with an expressionless face and bowed slightly to everyone. Then he took out a manuscript and read aloud to the greedy vultures of Linton City. He had just started when the nobles who came to attend the meeting exploded in anger. They all stood up and started cursing. Bastards! What are these scum of Bakarov City trying to do? How dare they call us vultures? Yes, this is a naked provocation. Show them what we're made of. War. We want war. Sink their warships. Rob their merchant ships. Show these frogs at the bottom of a well what the strongest navy of the South looks like. Cut off the trade route of Bakarov City. Let these idiots know the consequences of angering us. When the citizens riot because of the lack of resources, the Bakarov City Council will learn what respect is. For a moment, most of the people in the hall looked like they were about to reach the heavens. The clamor didn't stop. Even the factions that opposed the trade war couldn't help but clamor, wanting to teach the other side a lesson. Looking at the chaotic scene in the hall, Andrei opened his eyes. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a sarcastic smile. He muttered to himself, "Ha! You can even turn black into white. In this world, the one with the biggest fist is the one with the right." Ever since he returned to Linton City and discovered the mastermind's plan, he went to the Mage Association's library to look up the grudge between the two cities. He didn't know if he didn't look, but when he did, he was shocked. In fact, the reason why the two sides hated each other wasn't because of Bakarov City's greed for Linton City's wealth, but because more than 100 years ago, Linton City's navy was the first to plunder Bakarov City's gold ships, forcibly occupying the island rich in gold reserves and mining it clean within 20 years. As the saying went, cutting off one's path to wealth was akin to killing one's parents. Moreover, what they robbed wasn't a small amount, but an entire gold mine. At the very least, it could be made into tens of millions of gold coins. Who could bear such humiliation? That was why Bakarov City repeatedly challenged Linton City's position as the overlord of the sea. Their goal was to take revenge for what happened back then. However, looking at the scene, now, Bakarov City had only spoken the truth. The nobles of Linton City were like cats with their fur standing on end. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws, as if they were the victims. Such an astonishingly similar scene reminded Andrei of a certain superpower on Earth. It also stirred up wars for its own interests, but it pretended to maintain world peace. Once its territory was attacked in retaliation, it would immediately yell that it was a terrorist attack, and then launch a frenzied retaliation. Through the developed internet, he had seen through the hypocritical and bloody nature of the leaders of countless countries in the world. He sneered at their clown-like performance in front of the media. Chapter 305. But now that he had personally experienced all of this, Andrei didn't have the urge to mock them like before. He felt like he was watching a play where everyone was a dedicated actor, and he was the only audience outside the stage. He didn't know if this feeling was an illusion, but it lasted for a few minutes until the boiling hall finally quieted down. Listening to Ian Lockett's calm and monotonous voice, Andrei lost all interest. He closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Ever since the declaration of war appeared, he instantly understood that all his previous efforts had been in vain. Originally, the pro-war faction and the anti-war faction were equal in power, but the declaration of war was full of sarcasm, successfully provoking the anger of many nobles. The scales of victory had already tilted towards the pro-war faction. What they had to do next was no longer to prevent the outbreak of the trade war, but to consider how to obtain the most benefits from this protracted tug-of-war. There were more than 250 people in Lincoln City who were qualified to participate in the meeting. Apart from a few who were unable to return in time, such as Countess Anastasia, the rest were basically all present. With so many people belonging to different factions, it would be strange if they were all gathered together to discuss a problem. From 8 o'clock in the morning until 10 o'clock, regardless of whether it was the side that supported war or the side that supported restraint, they all sent their eloquent members to the stage to provide evidence, make speeches, and incite emotions. In the end, no one was able to obtain an overwhelming support, which was more than 2/3 of the support. In the end, Georgie Bridle had no choice but to follow the ancient tradition and hold a referendum. The side with the most votes would win. In fact, he had already discussed this with the other dukes in private. The trade war had to be fought no matter what. Otherwise, if Bokaro City took the initiative, a large number of trade routes would be threatened. Once the safety of merchant ships couldn't be guaranteed, this city that had prospered through maritime trade and commerce would quickly decline. Just like on Earth, during the Great Age of Navigation from the 15th to the 19th century, many European countries desperately developed their own navies. If they lost their advantage in the sea, it wouldn't take long for the whole country to decline. Regarding this point, countries such as Spain, Portugal, and the Netherlands were ready-made examples. There was no doubt that Bokaro wasn't the only city competing with Lincoln for supremacy in the seas. Thus, they had to destroy the challengers as quickly and fiercely as possible. Otherwise, more and more enemies would join the fray, charging forward like a pack of wolves to snatch the fruits of victory. Hey, Mr. Senator, wake up, it's time for you to vote. Just as Andre was sleeping soundly, he suddenly heard a vague voice in his ear. At the same time, the other party kept pushing him. Helplessly, he sighed and slowly opened his eyes. Immediately, he saw a knight in armor standing beside him. The knight's face was filled with envy, jealousy, surprise, disbelief, and many other emotions. It was an interesting look. "Mr. Senator, please cast your last vote." As he spoke, the knight quickly came back to his senses and presented a piece of parchment and a quill with both hands. Glancing at the gazes that were directed at him from all directions, Andre smiled playfully. He picked up a pen and wrote down the result of the internal discussion of the Sorcerers' Association. Objection. He threw it directly into the ballot box. After that, he unscrupulously yawned, stretched his body, and sat quietly in his seat, waiting for the end of the meeting. His unique actions attracted a lot of attention, especially the strand of fiery red hair that was revealed when he stood up. Immediately, the nobles in the hall began to whisper to each other. After all, as long as one wasn't blind, they could see the ruby badge on Andre's chest that only senior members of the Mage Association would have. Paired with his overly young face, strange hair color, and eyes, it was hard not to attract attention. Alexander Arvey smiled and asked Boris beside him, "Mr. President, this is the successor you've chosen? If he can maintain this state of no desire for politics, I swear I will raise both hands in approval." Ha 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 ha. Young people are inevitably tired of long meetings and arguments. When he gets older, he will naturally understand the mystery. But a president who doesn't like politics like this is actually a good thing for us. Joji Bridle laughed and added insult to injury. "Then let us wait and see." Boris didn't even bother to argue. He just responded with a sentence. After several in-depth discussions, he was most aware of Andre's expanding ambition. The lazy look in front of him was completely a disguise to numb everyone. If the dukes really believed that he was a harmless young man, they would definitely suffer a big setback in the end. The inflexible Ian Lockett did not care about the other dukes teasing the president. He focused on opening the ballot box and began to count the votes one by one. Every time he finished reading a chapter, he would open the ballot box and raise it up high for everyone to see to show fairness. More than 250 votes were read for more than 40 minutes. When the last vote was read, many of the older people instantly breathed a sigh of relief. One must know that the seats in the meeting hall were made of marble. These old men, who were over 70 years old, had been sitting on them for more than 2 hours. Their bodies were already unable to take it, and a few of them might even faint after a while. As the president, Joji Bridle didn't intend to delay any longer. He slammed the gavel and shouted, "Silence! I now announce the results of this vote. According to the statistics just now, 143 votes against 116 votes. The launch of the trade war is officially approved. Dismissed." Hooray! Let our invincible warships kick their butts. Ha 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 ha. It's time to teach these idiots a lesson and make them remember. Awesome. Finally, they could rightfully plunder their merchant ships, loot the coastal towns and villages. When the final results were announced, the pro-war faction stood up and cheered loudly, especially those families who owned warships. They were so excited that they clenched their fists. They couldn't wait to go out to sea and plunder the local merchant ships. In the Green Sea Alliance, once the city-states agreed to start a trade war with each other, both sides could attack ships flying the other's flag without limit. If they captured nobles or merchants, they could even openly demand ransom. It was a great opportunity to make a fortune from the war. Chapter 306. Andre smiled contemptuously as he looked at the elated faces of the nobles, muttering to himself, "Laugh. Laugh as much as you can. Laugh while you still can. You'll all be crying." He believed that once the war started, Lincoln City would quickly gain a certain degree of advantage. There might even be some lucky ones who would strike it rich, and the citizens who would be stimulated by the wealth would go crazy. They would fight to be the first to join the trade war. And when more than 60% of the ships joined the war, what would happen next? That's right. What would happen next would be total annihilation. The mastermind behind the scenes would definitely set up a huge trap, luring all the ships to the designated sea and annihilating them all in one fell swoop, completing the magnificent feat of destroying Lincoln City's navy. From strategy to tactics, then from the complicated relationship of interests to the enemy's psychology, everything was grasped with such precision. Even if the enemy knew there was a conspiracy, they would still have to jump in. "Friend I've never met before, you really are a fearsome opponent. I really hope to meet you soon." After muttering softly, Andre took a deep breath, stood up, and was about to walk out. Since the meeting had ended, the originally tightly shut doors had been reopened. A knight was loudly announcing the results to the citizens in the small square. Everything looked so orderly. However, before he could leave the circular platform, he was stopped by Boris. "Don't be in such a hurry to leave. The dukes have something to discuss with you. Come with me." "Me? What is it?" Andre asked, confused. Even though the title of genius mage and potion master had been widely spread in the circle of nobles under his meticulous arrangements, he was still just a potential stock in front of the true bigwigs. If he wanted to reach a higher level, he would need to show more value. "Humph! Those greedy vultures have their eyes on the formulas of the magic potions in your hands, especially the hero potion." A few days ago, Chief Knight Anson personally tried one of the bottles and felt that his vitality and endurance had increased by an entire level. He was able to hold on for a full 20 minutes against 5 knights in actual combat training. "I have to say, your potion's effects are indeed outstanding. So some people have evil intentions." Saying so, a cold glint flashed in Boris's eyes. Archmages like him hated people who wanted to steal the results of others and saw it as a provocation to the rules of mages. If the other party wasn't a powerful duke, they would have been torn to pieces long ago. Hearing the chairman describe the dukes as the vultures in Bacaro City, Andre couldn't help but shake his head with a laugh. "Please don't worry. I can guarantee that even if I concoct 100 hero potions in front of everyone, those who shouldn't learn it won't. This requires the skill of a grandmaster. It's a pity that there is no one in Lincoln can be called a potion master other than me." Perhaps this was a bit of a boast, but it was definitely the truth. As someone who had the means to cheat, no matter if it was oral knowledge or a book, as long as he read or listened to it, he would immediately record it into his brain. It was like a file stored in a hard drive, and he could access it at any time. It was because of this that Andre could easily grasp the countless complicated alchemy techniques and step into the ranks of a master potion master. If an ordinary person wanted to reach this level, they would need at least 80 to 100 years of training. It had to be known that the Encyclopedia of Magic Potions had recorded more than 2,000 kinds of commonly used potions, as well as more than 1,000 kinds of strange formulas. The scope of the potions was unimaginable, and it could be said that it covered everything from the lowest level to the highest level to the highest level. Other than a monster like the old lich who had lived for many years, who would have the time and energy to be addicted to potions. Even if one reached the level of a master potion master, it would be a waste of effort if they didn't have a corresponding wizard rank. After all, since magic potions had the word magic in them, it meant that they had to be cast. The higher the level of the potion, the higher the rank of the arcane spell. Wasting time on making potions meant that one wouldn't have the time to increase their own strength. If things went wrong, they might even cause their wizard rank to drop due to making too many potions. As such, the number of potion masters in Audiobook could be counted on one hand. The reason why Andre dared to take out 2 potion formulas with such great effects was because he was certain that no one other than himself would be able to successfully make them. As such, he wasn't afraid of people spying on him at all. In fact, he was very much looking forward to this day. Only by displaying his powerful alchemy skills in front of everyone would he be able to gain the attention of the higher-ups, quickly increasing his authority and becoming an important person in this city. Since you're already confident, I won't accompany you. Go and send them away yourself. Remember, no matter what those fellows promise, don't believe them. They're not good people. Saying this, Boris raised his finger and pointed to a room in the inner corridor. He then turned and walked towards the door, disappearing into the crowd in a short while. Master, I'm afraid you don't know that I'm not a good person either. Anyone who wants to take advantage of me will have to pay a price, a very painful price. Andre looked at the noisy citizens outside, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a mixture of playfulness and mockery. If you're always scheming against others, you must be prepared to be used by others. Since the dukes were the first to reach out their greedy hands, then they couldn't blame him for using underhanded means. It just so happened that he lacked a few cannon fodders in the front line to attract the attention of the enemy. Let the nobles and the mastermind consume each other first. After thinking this through, Andre went straight to the guest room and directly pushed the door open. Immediately, he saw 4 men in formal attire. The oldest looked to be in his early 70s, and the youngest was only 34 or 35 years old. Each of them had a strong aura, giving people a very heavy feeling of oppression. Obviously, the 4 dukes wanted to bully him because he was young and wanted to take him down a notch. But it was a pity that Andre didn't fall for it. He only bowed slightly and asked with a smile, "Just now, the chairman said that you were looking for me. May I know what you need from me? Please have a seat, young man. There's no need to be so nervous. We're just looking for you to discuss whether you can give us the formula of the hero potion. With our financial resources, we can definitely give you a satisfactory price." Alvi got straight to the point. In his eyes, a young man like Andre wasn't worth too much brainstorming. He could just use money to pave the way. Chapter 307. That's right, child. As long as you hand over the hero potion's formula, not only will we guarantee you a large sum of money, we will also support you in becoming the next president of the Sorcerers Association. What do you think? Isn't that a good deal? Georgie Bridle chimed in while the iron was hot. As the top nobles of the city, the most powerful forces they had were high-level warriors and feudal knights. Therefore, a potion that could greatly increase the combat power of warriors and feudal knights was definitely worth any price. Seeing that the other party was treating him like a child, Andre chuckled inwardly. He feigned innocence and said, "Please tell me in detail what benefits I will get. You have to know that my mentor spent a great deal of time and effort to restore these formulas. If I were to casually hand them over to others, he would be furious. I remember that when he was angry last time, he killed thousands of people, many of whom were feudal knights. Hearing this, Alexandria's face instantly darkened. He knew that this was a blatant threat. What Georgie meant was, I'm fine with handing over the formula, but don't expect to get it without paying a price. Otherwise, even if I agree to it, my backer won't agree to it. After many artistic embellishments and Boris's silent acknowledgement, many of the higher-ups in Linton City knew that Andre had a terrifyingly powerful mentor. His level was even higher than the president of the Sorcerers Association. How could they not be afraid of such a powerful backer? After all, if a great wizard wanted to kill someone, there were too many ways to do so. Just the list alone could fill up 6 or 7 parchments. It was simply impossible to guard against. Ian, who had always been cautious, asked carefully, If it's convenient, can you tell me who your mentor is? I'm very sorry. My mentor doesn't allow me to mention his name outside. However, he's on his way here. He should be here in a year or so. After saying that, Andre pretended to be excited, as if he was happy that his mentor was about to arrive. This was not the first time he had used a non-existent mentor's name to scare people, and it would not be the last time. The corner of Alexandria's mouth twitched slightly. He forced a smile and nodded. Ah, that's great. I can't wait to see the face of this great wizard. I believe the whole of Linton City will be in an uproar when the time comes. Although his disguise was not bad, Andre immediately saw through his true thoughts. It was obvious that the Duke was cursing himself for being so unlucky. He wanted to snatch a magic potion formula, but he ended up attracting an enemy that he couldn't afford to provoke. What a miscalculation. Name your price, young man, as long as it's not too much. The hero potion is a must-have for us. It means too many things. Moreover, the trade war has already begun, so we have a huge demand for it. Since you can't provide so many finished products, why don't you offer the formula in exchange for other things? Georgie could tell that the young man in front of him was mature and cunning beyond his age. Those little tricks were useless, so he decided to go straight to the point. Andre didn't show the slightest bit of panic in the face of the Dukes. He only smiled and shrugged. I'm very sorry, Your Grace, but I can't name a price. Unless you have the skills of a master, you won't be able to concoct a true hero potion. At most, you can only concoct 5 to 10% of the original potion. Of course, you may not believe me, but it's fine. I can demonstrate the concoction process. Once you see it, you'll understand that there are many problems in this world that can't be solved with money and power alone. Ever since he saw the legendary Lich, who had the entire South in the palm of his hand, he had lost the last trace of respect for the Dukes. He spoke to them as if they were equals, even condescending. Although Andre knew that the power he had was far from being able to compare to the private soldiers of the Dukes, it was only a matter of time before he surpassed them with the help of the system in the shape of an eye on his left hand. Perhaps in a year or 2 or 3, once he reached level 11, he would be able to start deciphering the magic lock on the necromancer's spellbook and inherit all the arcane spells and magic circles in it. If he really got into a fight, perhaps even President Boris would have to admit defeat. Ulysses Domer was known as the most terrifying magic genius in the history of the Canteru Kingdom. When he was less than 20 years old, he completed his apprenticeship and became an official mage. Following that, he spent another 15 years to raise his mage level to above level 10. He had invented more than 6 new spells and countless potion recipes and large-scale magic arrays. Some people even thought that he had the potential to cross the threshold before he was 200 years old and become the first legendary mage in 600 years. However, for unknown reasons, this powerful necromancer fell out with his close friend and king, Victor III, and fought against the entire kingdom alone. Although he caused great damage to the capital, He was still severely injured in the end and had no choice but to escape to the frozen wastelands in the far north to live in seclusion. As everyone knew, magic research required a lot of resources and resources. Otherwise, it would be inefficient. This was also why most mage organizations were attached to a country or city. They had to rely on the financial resources of the other party to provide them with resources. However, Ulysses was wanted, and he had to capture a few people to do experiments himself. A lot of time was wasted, which directly led to his slow progress in leveling up and the loss of the opportunity to become a legendary mage. Andre believed that as long as he inherited all of Ulysses' research results, he would definitely be able to greatly increase his strength in a short time and become the most powerful spellcaster in Lincoln City. Oh, it seems that you are very confident. It just so happens that I have made some preparations. Why don't we make a bottle here? With that, he clapped his hands twice, and a few people walked out from the inner room. There was a young attendant and a woman in her 50s. She was none other than Evelyn, who was in charge of potion production in the Association of Mages. It was obvious that the Dukes had made preparations. Not only did they prepare the equipment and raw materials in advance, but they also invited an expert in potion making. Evelyn quickly ordered the attendants to arrange everything neatly. Then, she respectfully made a gesture of invitation. "Master, please. I have checked the alchemy items needed for the hero potion. They are all here." Chapter 308. Thank you. Andre nodded and walked straight to the table. He lit up the alcohol stove and poured the distilled water mixed with the alchemy solution into the test tube. At the same time, he used his other hand to put several kinds of plant powder into the glassware according to the ratio and activated it with magic energy. The whole process was very smooth, and there was no pause at all. What was even more frightening was that in a series of complicated movements, he could also take into account the intensity of the magic energy, and always kept the plant powder in the most active state. The moment the water temperature reached 100 degrees Celsius, 1.5 grams of the powder was thrown into the test tube, and after a short 2 seconds, there was a burst of red and blue smoke. In fact, during the ancient magic civilization, the hero potion was a kind of potion that was given to warriors, rogues, knights, and other close combat professions. Usually, dozens of bottles could be made in large glassware at a time. However, in order to show the Dukes who were in charge, Andre purposely used the most difficult small dosage, which was to make only one bottle at a time. Everyone knew that the higher the dosage, the higher the fault tolerance, and the smaller the dosage, the more likely it was that the hand would shake, and the smaller the dosage, the more likely it would become a waste product. Today, he was going to establish his title as a potion master in front of everyone. He was going to let those who were eager to make trouble know that there were some things that they could not control. The hero potion was still being made, but Evelyn had already given up the idea of stealing it. The current frequency, speed, precise control of magic energy, and the ability to multitask had already exceeded the limit of a normal mage. To be exact, it was the limit of all the members of the association, including Boris. Art. It was a perfect performance. Evelyn could not believe that such a skillful technique could be used by a kid who was not even an adult yet. As the temperature of the liquid in the test tube continued to rise, the red and blue gas gradually became transparent and emitted a faint, pungent smell. At this moment, Andre immediately cast the spell that he had prepared. A dazzling light flashed, and the transparent liquid in the bottle suddenly changed color. Half of it was red, and the other half was blue. Seeing that it was a success, he immediately stuffed the cork into the mouth of the bottle and carefully shook it with a pair of pliers. A faint smile appeared on his face, and then he asked the stunned crowd, "I'm done. How is it? You understand? How is it?" Duke Alexander, who was determined to get the hero potion, turned his head and asked Evelyn. The female mage, who looked to be in her 50s, shook her head with a bitter smile. I'm sorry. This is the domain of a true master. I can't even do 1/3, or even 1/5 of it. Your Grace, please give up. Let alone Linton City. There isn't a second apothecary in the entire Green Sea Alliance who can reach this level. Are you sure you're not joking? He was only 14 years old. Even if he had started learning at the age of 5, it had only been 10 years. But you were already the chief pharmacist of Linton City 20 years ago. Alexander obviously couldn't accept this reality as he stood up and yelled in agitation. Calm down, my friend. You shouldn't lose your composure like that. Georgie couldn't stand it anymore and reminded him with a frown. Alexander instantly came to his senses and realized that he was a little rude. He hurriedly smiled embarrassedly and said, I'm sorry, madam. I just lost my composure. Please forgive me. After all, what he said just now really goes against common sense. Evelyn didn't get angry. Instead, she took a deep breath and sighed. Yes, I still can't believe it's true. But in the world of mages, geniuses are different from mediocrity. The gap that ordinary mages find difficult to cross is easily crossed by geniuses. They don't even have the interest to lower their heads and look at it. She paused and stared into Andre's eyes for a full minute before asking, Can you tell me how long it took you to become a master apothecary? I'm sorry, but I can't say that. Please believe me, you don't want to know the real answer. Andre put on a mysterious smile as he spoke. It wasn't that he didn't want to say it, but that he couldn't. It took him less than 2 days to reach the level of a master apothecary. Moreover, he had done some other things in between. It would be strange if he didn't say that he wasn't a monster. Of course, learning and applying were two different things. Even if everything was imprinted in the brain, it would be discounted when it came to practical application. So far, only the hero potion and genius potion could reach the level of a master. He didn't have the time to practice the rest. So, the time taken is shorter than I expected. What a terrifying talent. Evelyn's face showed unconcealable admiration and envy. It was as if she was admiring a dazzling jewel. As a mage who specialized in apothecary, she knew better than anyone what a master's technique meant. It meant that no matter what kind of magic potion was created, its effect would be 30% higher than that of an ordinary apothecary. Perhaps low-level potions didn't have much of an advantage, but once Andre's spellcasting level crossed level 11, he could immediately create many powerful potions. For example, the super potion that could permanently increase the 6 basic attributes, the life-extending potion that could increase a person's lifespan by 30 years, and so on. Unlike those ordinary magic potions, these potions that could affect the body permanently could only be used once. Drinking it a second time wouldn't have any effect. Think about it. A bottle of potion that could increase a person's lifespan by 30 years suddenly became 40 years. He was afraid that it would immediately attract countless people to fight over it. After all, there were too many powerful people in Orire who were eager to extend their lives as much as possible. They were willing to pay any price for it. Evelyn could almost foresee the future of this young man in front of her. It would be a glorious road to the legendary road that every mage yearned for. Seeing that the female mage's gaze was getting hotter and hotter, Georgie bridal frowned and deliberately coughed. Ahem. Well, madam, let's end this topic here. Thank you very much for coming to help, but now we want to talk to Mage Andre alone. Please understand. Of course. I'll leave now. I won't disturb your next conversation. Evelyn put one hand on her chest and bowed. She turned around and left the room with her followers, closing the door behind her. She wasn't a fool. She naturally knew that it was time for the Dukes to negotiate with Andre. Since the hero potion couldn't be made by a second person, The dukes had lost their biggest bargaining chip. What they had to do now was to come up with a satisfactory monopoly price as soon as possible. Otherwise, once a large amount of the potion was leaked during the trade war, who knew if the enemy would buy it? Chapter 309. Seeing that all the irrelevant people had left, Alexander immediately gave Duke Ian a look, and Duke Ian immediately understood. He squeezed out a smile on his expressionless face and said, "Have a seat, young man. You have proven that you are worthy of the title of Master Pharmacist. On behalf of Linton City, I welcome your potions, and I welcome your arrival." "Thank you." Andre bowed and sat on the chair, silently waiting for Duke Ian to speak first. He was very clear that through his performance just now, he had won the respect and attention of the Duke. Finally, he had the opportunity to speak on an equal footing. The next thing he had to do was to offer a condition that both sides could accept, just like in the Mage Association. There was nothing stronger than the union of interests in the world. As long as the hero potion could bring endless benefits to the nobles, they would treat you as their closest ally. It wouldn't take long for you to successfully integrate into their society. Duke Ian was obviously a person who didn't like to talk nonsense. After a few minutes of silence, he suddenly raised his head and stared at Andre with a sharp gaze. "State your conditions. I know you must have a complete plan in your mind right now, just like what happened in the Mage Association a few days ago." Andre didn't hold back. He smiled and nodded. "All right, then I won't hold back. I don't have many requests. There are 3 main points. First, I want the right to explore the north of Tue's Valley, and the right to freely wage war. Second, I want to buy a shipyard. If that's not possible, a dozen experienced craftsmen will do. Third, I want the price of the hero potion to be exactly the same as the genius potion. If you're afraid that the enemy will get it, you can ask the auction house to add a clause that only the local nobles of Linton City can bid for it. The right to explore? The right to wage war?" Alexander's expression suddenly became a little strange. He stared at Abel for a long time and finally couldn't hold back his curiosity. He asked tentatively, You're not thinking of doing something to the monsters in the border forest, are you?" "Why not?" Andre's lips curled up slightly, and a cold smile appeared on his face. "These damn goblins and half-orcs dare to brazenly attack my territory. Don't blame me for taking revenge. In fact, the main reason he did this was to completely put the blame on the other party. After all, according to the rules of the game set by the Old Lich, the enemy that had yet to appear was not allowed to attack him within a year. What he needed to do was to make a fuss about this matter and see if he could take advantage of this opportunity to gain some benefits. Apart from that, he also needed to train his troops. Even though the barbarian warriors and Brant's cavalry were experienced fighters, they still needed to practice in actual combat in order to form an effective coordination between cavalry and infantry. The monsters that roamed around the forest were the best targets to kill. They could also plunder labor and weaken the enemy's strength. It was simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Revenge. With that little private army of yours. Oh, goddess of aristocracy, I'm afraid there's no crazier idea in the world than this." Duke Alexander exclaimed, dumbfounded. Georgie Bridle hurriedly got up and said, "That's right. The monsters in the forest were not to be trifled with. They had no fixed abode, and there were many of them. The slightest carelessness could lead to an ambush. Moreover, according to the information you've brought back, recently the monsters inside have united again. Perhaps in a few months they will launch an all-out attack. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. It's better to give up." After the boundary between civilization and wilderness was formed, it was always the wilderness that constantly attacked civilization. There were very few civilizations that waged war against the wilderness tribes. The reason was simple. There were two main reasons. First, it was not worth it. As everyone knew, every time an army was mobilized, they had to bring along a large amount of supplies. Just the supplies alone cost a lot of gold coins, not to mention the compensation for the soldiers who died in battle. What did the humanoid creatures living in the forest, wilderness, and mountains have? They had nothing. They were so poor that they could not even fill their stomachs. They could only afford to wear rough animal hides, and the weapons in their hands were mostly sticks. Metal was a luxury that only the leaders and warriors had the right to wear. Who would be willing to lose money to fight a war that could not be considered a victory, no matter what? Second, transportation was inconvenient, and there was no way to confirm the target's location. Whether it was the barbarians or the half-orcs who lived in the wilderness year-round, they all followed the migration of the herds. In addition, there were many places that did not even have proper roads. By the time your army arrived, they would already be long gone. Any intelligent creature would not choose to fight a war that they did not have any hope of winning. They would usually fight if they could win, and run if they could not win. Occasionally, they would join forces with the human armies of the surrounding tribes that were too deep into the wilderness to launch a siege or surprise attack. If they were not careful, the entire army would be wiped out. It was because of these factors that 99% of the nobles on the continent viewed the wilderness as a scourge. They would rather build tall walls to protect themselves than take the initiative to attack and expand their living space. Of course, there was another reason why the dukes did not allow Andrei to take revenge. They were afraid that he would die at the hands of the monsters. After all, these monsters who only knew how to kill and destroy had never followed the rules of the civilized world. Even if they said that they were nobles and were willing to pay a ransom, they would not show mercy. The dukes were not fools. How could they allow a potion master with infinite potential to run into the dangerous forest and risk his life? If he really died, the loss would be huge. Please don't worry. I have a well-trained cavalry that is completely capable of sweeping the surrounding areas. In addition, I will not be personally involved. I will only be responsible for giving orders. Andrei knew what the Duke was worried about, so he took the initiative to make a promise. He did not believe that there would be any tribe in the periphery that could defeat more than 350 mounted archers and more than 500 barbarian warriors in heavy armor. If they really did appear, they would definitely not be able to hide from the eyes of the elven druid, Nina. When the time came, they would retreat. Anyway, as long as they defended the valley fortress, it would be useless even if the enemy had an army of 100,000. Oh, if that's the case, then the first condition is not a problem. Besides, the north of Tue's Valley is not under our rule, so we can give you the rights to develop it. Duke Ian thought for a moment and immediately nodded. This matter was settled, and he did not even bother to bargain. Anyway, that place was originally ownerless. Even if they forcibly occupied it, it would not cause too much trouble. At most, they would just have to argue with a few unfriendly neighbors. Chapter 310. According to the general rules of the continent, uncultivated wild lands were usually owned by whoever occupied them first. When the time came, they just had to build a sentry tower or a small town on the edge of the occupied area and hang a flag as a landmark. Duke Georgi Bridle stroked the beard on his chin and pondered for a moment. Soon he agreed, I think the third condition is not a problem, but you have to increase the number of potions to the same level as the Sorcerers' Association. That is, more than 100 bottles per month. You can only have more, not less. If the raw materials are sufficient, no problem. Andrei agreed without hesitation. Phew. So now we need to discuss the second condition, the shipyard or the shipwright. But before that, I want to ask, why do you want to buy a shipyard? Duke Ian's eyes flashed as he stared at Andrei. As the boss behind the scenes of the largest shipyard in the city, he was particularly sensitive to this condition and would not hesitate to kill. Maritime trade was the pillar of Lincoln City, and ships were the foundation of this pillar. Therefore, the importance of a shipyard was self-evident, especially the design of a warship. It was a top secret, and all the craftsmen who had participated in the construction of ships had more or less seen part of the design. It would be strange if he was not nervous. "It's nothing. I want to modify the pirate ship in my hands, or build a new warship to participate in the trade war. It has always been my dream to sail on a ship and be a free pirate. Now that I have the opportunity, why not give it a try?" At this point, Andre suddenly stood up, raised his hands, and shouted fanatically, "Think about it! On the vast and boundless sea, plunder merchant ships wantonly, sink enemy warships, loot coastal towns. This is the romance of a man." The Duke's mouths were wide open as they stared at the young man in front of them. They could not believe that he would say such a thing. Duke Ian, who was the most knowledgeable about sailing, wanted to bang his head against the wall. Romance? Only an idiot would think so. In his opinion, sailing was a complete torture. Excluding the poor sanitation and the constantly swaying hammocks, the food and water alone were enough for most people to drink a pot. What did the sailors of this world eat and drink? It was scary to say it out loud. Dry biscuits and bread that had been gnawed by rats many times. The cured meat was as hard as a rock. Due to the lack of preservatives, they could only add salt as much as they could. The sourness was simply unbelievable. What was even more terrifying was that the cured meat had been stored in wooden barrels for a long time, and its fiber structure was basically similar to that of a cable. Sailors jokingly called it pickled rope. Even the controversial zombie meat on Earth was 10,000 times better than this thing. Finally, there were cheese and eggs that only the captain, chief officer, and navigators could enjoy. Usually, in order to ensure that there were no accidents, ships would raise a few laying hens to improve their lives. As for water, I'm so sorry. No, to be exact, only a very small amount was carried, and it was usually placed in a groove near the mast on the uppermost deck. The sailors called it the spring of the sea, and anyone who was thirsty could go and drink a mouthful. However, the shelf life of the spring was a little short. After a few days, under the nourishment of microbes, it would begin to deteriorate and smell. In the end, not to mention drinking it, even smelling it would make one vomit. During a voyage, the only thing that could be drunk was a large amount of low-quality ale mixed with water. As for washing their faces, brushing their teeth, and cleaning their personal hygiene, it was best to stop dreaming, unless it was raining and they could take a shower. Otherwise, they would have to endure until they reached shore. Imagine a group of men with a pungent body odor squeezing together on the lower deck. What a spectacular scene it would be. It would probably stink for 10 miles in the wind. Although more than 60% of the nobles in Lincoln City were engaged in maritime trade. Unless it was necessary, they would never personally take a ship out to sea because it was completely a torture. Andre's crazy behavior and declaration not only did not cause any sympathy, but it also attracted a wave of strange gazes and terrifying silence. Perhaps because he had acted too rationally and maturely just now, the Dukes subconsciously regarded him as an adult. They did not expect him to have such a whimsical side, so they did not react for a long time. After all, even if he added up his 2 lives together, Andre's actual age was not more than 40 years old. Especially when he lived on Earth, it allowed him to retain many of the interests and dreams he had when he was young. The reason why he rarely showed them was simple. The situation did not allow it. Since the moment he came to this world, he was constantly under immense pressure to survive. He was too busy just feeding his family. So how could he have the time to think about his interests? However, after coming to Lincoln City and gradually settling down, Andre's restless heart began to stir again, especially when he saw wooden sailboats with white sails going in and out of the dock. He always had an inexplicable throbbing, and his childhood dreams kept appearing in his mind. As the saying went, the more outstanding a man was, the more childish he would be in certain aspects. There were many famous people in history who could prove this point. For example, George Washington founded the United States of America, but his nightgown was still embroidered with a little brown bear. Another example was Winston Churchill, the British Prime Minister. He defeated the Third Reich in the Second World War, but when he caught a cold and had his cigarettes secretly taken away by his housekeeper, he was so angry that he took off his shoes at the negotiating table and knocked on the wooden stool. Although it sounded inconceivable, there were many similar examples. If one were to list them one by one, it would take more than a day and night to list them all. From a certain perspective, childishness was a way for men to relieve themselves of pressure. Through these actions, they could release the accumulated pressure and slow down the pace of their lives, allowing them to vent all their anger and dissatisfaction in a carefree manner. Then they could go on their way. André didn't know if it was because his nerves had been stretched too thin recently, so he really wanted to go out to sea and be a pirate for a period of time. In any case, there was not much danger at the start of the trade war, and he also had the rank 3 Arcane spell, Flight. Even if he encountered an enemy he could not defeat, he could still easily escape. Of course, his other goal was to try and modify a sail-powered battleship and personally test its performance, if his metallurgy skills allowed. He also planned to get a few cannons to play with and experience the era of navigation in another world. This would make his dream come true. Chapter 3:11. After a full 5 minutes, Duke Ian finally came back to his senses. He smiled bitterly and muttered to himself, "A man's romance. Huh? I hope you can still say that half a month after you've been on the ship. Ha ha. It's not bad for a young man to have a dream. I'll give you 5 skilled shipbuilders and 200 cans of fire oil for free." Duke Georgie promised as he laughed. In his eyes, this was a child's game. A few shipbuilders were nothing to a shipyard. It was a sentimental investment. Duke Alexander quickly added with a smile, "That's right. This is what a young man should be like. I'll also give you 5 free boatmen and some processed iron pear wood. I hope you can sink Bakarov's warships and capture their merchant ships in battle. Then I'll join in the fun. I'll also give you 5 shipbuilders and 200 crossbows." Duke Loretta Botons, who had been silent all this time, gave out a generous gift. Seeing that the other 3 had expressed their stance, Duke Ian's face showed a trace of helplessness. He sighed slightly and said, "Well, I'll give you 15 boatmen and all the necessary tools for the transformation for free." André was very happy to receive 30 shipbuilders in one go. He hurriedly stood up and bowed with one hand on his chest. "Thank you for your generosity. I'll remember this kindness, and I'll repay you many times over soon." Duke Georgie waved his hand lightly. "No need. As long as you can provide us with 100 heroic potions every month, that's the best you can do for us. Remember, if you encounter any danger at sea, immediately reveal your identity and surrender. Don't try to be brave. Although Lincoln City and Bokaro City are enemies, we're all civilized people. We won't kill a noble so easily. You just need to pay a ransom later. I understand. I know how to protect myself. If something like that happens, I'll use a spell to escape. It's not easy to catch a mage who has mastered a rank 3 arcane spell. If there's nothing else, I'll go back and get some sleep. I haven't slept for 2 days because I've been researching a new potion." After saying that, André turned around and was about to leave. He felt that he had completed his task, and there was no need to continue chatting. It was time for him to eat some lunch and have a good sleep. At the same time, he wanted to give his tired brain a good rest. However, just as he was about to push the door open, Loretta Botan suddenly stood up and said, "Wait, I'll send you out through the secret door at the back. I reckon the main square is surrounded by countless citizens now. You won't be able to leave even if you want to." Alexander nodded in agreement. "Well, you're so thoughtful. Something as important as starting a trade war would always cause a huge commotion, so it was safer to go through the back door. As for the relevant legal documents, I will ask the City Hall to process them as soon as possible. They will be sent to your place in about 2 to 3 days. Come with me." Loriton walked directly to a nearby wall and turned the candlestick on the side. In an instant, the bookshelf in front of the wall made a sound of gears grinding. After 1 or 2 seconds, the bookshelf and the wall slowly rotated 90 degrees, revealing the secret passage hidden inside. Andre noticed that this wasn't magic, but a simple mechanical application. First, an iron pillar was inserted between the wall and the bookshelf. Then, a gear and a chain were connected to each other. When the candlestick was turned, the chain would immediately transfer the power to the gear, and the rotating gear would rotate the iron pillar with the scale. This way, the secret door could be opened. Perhaps there were a few labor-saving mechanisms in the middle, but they were hidden in the middle of the mezzanine and couldn't be seen clearly. "Please tell the coachman to wait for the crowd to disperse before going back." After saying that, he went into the secret door without looking back and quickly passed through the narrow tunnel. In fact, many buildings on the Oleal continent had a few secret passages for escape. Nobles and merchants would often choose to secretly dig such a passage when they were building their mansions to prevent the worst from happening. Although more than 90% of the families didn't use them, it had become a common practice after so many years. From the looks of it, the people who used these secret passages the most were often men and women who had affairs behind their husbands' or wives' backs. Secret passages were even a necessary part of love stories. According to Andre's knowledge, the underground passages of Lincoln City were crisscrossed and mixed together with the sewers. It was like a huge maze, and many of the ancient areas were so complicated that even the designer himself might not be able to recognize them. Just as he was secretly guessing where this secret passage led to, Loretta Botan's, who was walking in front, stopped for some reason and slowly turned around. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly as he elegantly bowed. "Greetings, my dear opponent. According to the original plan, I wanted to invite you to the banquet that will be held in a few days, but who would have thought that you would cause such a huge commotion in just a few days? Especially today's potion-making performance. It was simply amazing. It didn't seem like it was made by a youth at all. I've been studying potion-making for 10 years, but I can't even reach a third of your level. If it's convenient, please allow me to ask, are you also my mentor's apprentice?" After hearing this, Andre's pupils suddenly dilated, and then quickly contracted a second later. He instantly activated the arcane spell on his secondary defensive staff that he used every day. First, a blue translucent eggshell-shaped shield wrapped around his body. Then, his skin was covered with gray-white stones. Finally, his entire body gradually became blurry, creating a very strange illusion for the eyes of others. Rank 1 arcane spell. Shield spell, activate. While the spell is in effect, you are immune to magic missiles. At the same time, all physical attacks will be deflected to a certain extent. Rank 4 arcane spell. Stone skin spell, activate. While the spell is in effect, all physical attacks will be reduced to a certain extent. Rank 2 arcane spell. Haze spell, activate. While the spell is in effect, the enemy will not be able to determine your position, and all attacks will be deflected to a certain extent. Seeing the information that flashed in his vision, Andre felt a little safer. He carefully took a few steps back and asked in a low voice, "You're the mastermind behind all of this? The legendary Lich's apprentice?" Chapter 312. Haha, relax. Don't be so nervous. We're just getting to know each other today. That's right, it's me, Lauriton Bowtones, the youngest Duke of Lincoln City. Who else do you think would be able to conceal such a large force without batting an eyelid? Lauriton opened his arms and asked with a big laugh. He seemed very confident. He didn't cast any defensive spells on himself, but the surging magic on his body was enough to explain many things. Why did you do that? What good would it do you to summon a demon to destroy this city? Andre frowned as he resisted the urge to use his magic ring to escape. He knew that, with his current strength and mental state, he had no chance of winning at all. Coupled with the flash of magic resonance just now, his brain had already sent out a red alert. Staying away from danger was the instinct of every normal life form. But Andre was actively suppressing this instinct. He wanted to understand why Brendel would become a demon worshipper. After all, that was something only an Avenger and a madman would do. What kind of stimulation did a duke with a bright future and a legendary Lich's apprentice go through to do such a crazy thing? Loretta seemed to see the confusion in Andre's eyes. He instantly burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha, that's a good question. As one of the rulers of this city, why would I want to destroy it? The reason is simple. Because I'm bored. I believe you've seen how stupid those stupid mortals are. As long as I'm willing, I can cause more than half of the cities in the Green Sea Alliance to fall into unprecedented chaos. But what can I do? Can I be satisfied by being the king of a bunch of idiots? No, that's not what I want. What I want is excitement. The fear that comes from the bottom of my heart. The fear of brushing shoulders with the Grim Reaper. But it's a pity that they can't give me these things. Even my mentor can't find an opponent who can match me. I have no choice but to raise the difficulty of the game and see what will happen if I summon a great demon that is considered a taboo by the gods' churches. As for whether Lincoln City will be destroyed or whether the citizens will die, it has nothing to do with me. Since they can't give me any excitement, they are useless trash. Isn't it just right to sacrifice them to the demons? Slaughter, filth, death, the rise of desire. I really want to know what it will be like when the demons take over this world. Perhaps the thing I want the most. Of course, your appearance also surprised me. To be exact, it's a pleasant surprise. Even though you haven't fully grown, you can already sit across from me like a real chess player and have a real contest with me. Lauriton waved his arms, becoming more and more energetic as he spoke. The more he spoke, the crazier his expression became. His eyes, in particular, shone with a mixture of excitement and fanaticism. He was like a completely different person from before. Andre stared at him for a full 10 minutes. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "That's enough! Stop that act. Even though you're acting teet-teet, I'm not blind, and I'm not mentally retarded. You want to pretend to be a complete lunatic? Let's mess up your meticulous plan first." In fact, one could best see a person's character from their way of doing things. In a series of confrontations, Andre could feel that this guy's intelligence, logical thinking, analytical ability, and ability to control his subordinates were absolutely top-notch. How could such a person be an irrational lunatic? Ayaya, did you really see through it? The crazy expression on Loretta's face disappeared in an instant, and he regained his calm state. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he spread his hands playfully. You have to know that acting is one of my few hobbies. When I was 14, I even went on stage to perform a few operas. But it's a pity that you're not interested in this kind of elegant art. Otherwise, we would definitely have a lot of common topics. After all, the people who understand you the most are often not your family or friends, but Your opponents. What do you want to do? Andre didn't want to continue listening to that boring nonsense, so he directly interrupted the other party's pretentious sigh. What do I want to do? Of course, I'm here to put on a wonderful show. The script and stage have already been set up, with the surrounding area of Lincoln City as the background. I'm an evil mage who wants to summon a great demon to destroy everything, and you're a smart and calm hero of justice. How's that? Isn't this setting very immersive? As he spoke, Loretta suddenly moved closer, and with lightning speed, he took off Andre's hood. He used his fingers to lightly touch the flame-like upside-down hair, and very infatuatedly exclaimed, "Such rich fire elemental energy, and such a beautiful and dazzling red. You're practically a natural choice to play the main character. I'm really looking forward to it. Scram!" As a person with a rather strong self-esteem, Andre was very angry at such an extreme provocation. He didn't have the slightest intention of going easy, and without a second word, he used his innate ability as a descendant of fire elementals. Flame extension. The terrifying fire elemental energy was completely gathered in a short second. The next second, boom. With a loud sound, a bright firestorm instantly engulfed everything. The secret passage was very narrow to begin with, not even a meter wide. It could only allow two people who weren't very fat to walk side by side, so there was no space to dodge at all. Loretta was almost immediately engulfed by the scorching flames, but what was strange was that although he kept screaming in pain, he didn't move at all, allowing the high temperature to wantonly corrode the surface of his body. This strange phenomenon made Andre feel a little uneasy, and he immediately retreated a few steps to open up the distance between them. He quickly began to chant in a low voice, and in the blink of an eye, he completed a rank 1 arcane spell, Magic Missile. For bullets made of magic energy emitted a faint glow, and in an instant they drew beautiful arcs and accurately hit the enemy's head, making a few muffled sounds. This wasn't the end. The moment the magic missile hit the target, he immediately pulled out the tri-edged dagger that he always carried with him, and rushed forward with a whoosh. His whole body was like an arrow released from a bow, and he directly stabbed the fatal dagger into the enemy's chest. His speed was so fast that it was hard to believe that this was the action of a mage. Chapter 3:14. Ever since he came to this world, Andre had brushed shoulders with death many times. He was already used to facing ordinary danger. Although it was not as ordinary as eating and drinking, it was not to the extent that he would be frightened. Otherwise, he would not have risked his life to fight the necromancer. However, as the saying went, fear stemmed from the unknown. It was human nature to be fearful of anything they did not understand, especially those mysterious arcane techniques recorded in books. For example, the ability to directly control a person's thoughts or enter a state of relative stillness to do as they pleased. In short, such unscientific but magical things had always been in Andre's subconscious mind. Unless he thoroughly understood the operating principles of these arcane spells, he would be more or less nervous. As the hostility in his eyes became more and more intense, Loretta Botons pretended to be innocent and shrugged his shoulders. "Don't be so fierce. I'm full of excitement and expectations for you. Work hard, young man. Although you have a lot of potential now, you are not enough to be my opponent. Just like what the teacher said, I have to give you some time to grow. When the time comes, this game will be very interesting. Also, I'm only level 15, and I specialize in enchantment. I'm not as strong as you think." "Enchantment master? No wonder," Andre muttered softly to himself, and a trace of understanding appeared on his face. Aurere's enchantment school was not like the classes in most games that added special attributes to weapons and armor. Instead, it was closer to mind control, representing spells such as suggestion, charm humans, charm monsters, and so on. In a simpler way, It was the school that controlled the actions and thoughts of others. This kind of mage was addicted to playing with the opponent's mind, and more or less had some mental problems. They were full of perverts and even had multiple personalities. After figuring this out, he gradually let go of his hostility and took a deep breath to completely calm down. He then asked in a deep voice, "Put away your boring little tricks. You're still far from being able to leave a shadow in my heart. Tell me, why did you suddenly come to meet me this time? If it's just to show the difference in strength, then congratulations, you have achieved your goal. I can't compare to a great mage now, but that doesn't mean I can in the future." "Oh, you actually managed to escape from my trap so quickly. You've calmed down quite quickly. I originally planned to play for a while longer, but it seems that I can't anymore." Loretta pretended to sigh, regretfully. However, his depression only lasted for less than 2 seconds, and he immediately put on a cynical expression. "Don't worry, I'm only here today to see what a genius that can be praised by a teacher looks like. I don't have any other intentions. By the way, I heard that my orc army took the initiative to attack your territory. As compensation, I will turn a blind eye to your little tricks for the next year. Remember, don't push your luck. If I find out that you've crossed the line, I'll retaliate." "Humph, how dare you say that? You clearly broke the rules of the game first, yet you're pretending to be charitable. As expected of an enchantment specialist, you actually want to use this opportunity to distort the truth." Andre purposely put on a disdainful look as he mocked. In fact, from the moment he put the bucket of sh*T on the other party's head, he had already thought of how to make use of this matter to gain an advantage in the initial friction and confrontation. Of course, it was also thanks to the inconvenience of communication in this world. Coupled with the fact that he acted quickly and ruthlessly, there were no clues left behind. Even the corpses on the battlefield were thrown down the mountain stream and washed into the sea by the rapid current. If not, who knows who would be the one causing trouble now? Seeing that his intentions were exposed, Loretta didn't fly into a rage out of humiliation. Instead, he spread out his hands and laughed. "Ha ha ha ha. Then what do you think we should do? Do you want my teacher to mediate? That's not necessary. But since you broke the rules of the game, you have to pay the corresponding price. Isn't that right?" Andre didn't back down and retorted. The reason why he was so aggressive was mainly to test the other party's bottom line, so as to set the tone for his actions in the next year. After all, the rule set by the old lich was not to initiate an attack within a year, but there wasn't a clear definition of initiating an attack. What would be considered as initiating an attack? Would sending a spy to spy on the other party count? Would getting rid of those eyesores count? All in all, it was too vague. Today was a good opportunity to reach a consensus. That's right. Those who break the rules of the game must be punished. My subordinates have committed an unforgivable mistake, so as their master, I have to deal with the aftermath. But now I'm curious. What is the price you're talking about? As an apprentice recognized by the legendary lich, Loretta was obviously very smart. He immediately understood Andre's intention and kicked the ball back to him. In such a situation, if he were to speak first, he would lose the initiative. He wouldn't commit such a low-level mistake. Andre had already expected him to do this, so he said without holding back, "I want the ownership of the land 50 kilometers north of Tue's Valley, and that includes the monsters that enter this area. If you still have subordinates in this area, then I'm sorry, but I'm afraid you'll have to give them up. Apart from that, you have to promise that you won't harass or attack my territory, caravans, ships, and related industries. Similarly, I won't touch anything that belongs to you. As for the nobles, pirates, and merchants in the middle, we'll see who can gain more power through our own means." Loretta squinted his eyes and thought for a moment. He nodded lightly. "All right, I can afford this price. I can also give you another promise. No matter how fierce the battle is in the dark, as long as you don't cross the red line, I won't personally make a move. Work hard. I'm looking forward to a different surprise in a year's time. After saying that, he took 2 steps forward and stretched out his right hand. Don't worry, I promise to give you a big surprise. Andre didn't back down. He also stretched out his right hand and shook it, despite the fact that he was going against someone whose spellcasting level was more than double his own, which made him feel a little nervous and excited. He didn't show it on his face at all. Instead, he looked calm and composed. Chapter 3:15. Ha! I advise you not to be too arrogant, and don't underestimate the hidden power of this city. Do you know why I have such a huge force, but have never dared to make a move openly? Use your brain more and pay attention to any abnormal situations. You and I are not the only ones participating in this game. The only one who has the power to set the rules is the mentor himself. The world is huge, but we are insignificant. Every step you take must be careful. This is my last advice to you. After Loretta finished speaking, he gracefully turned around and made a gesture of invitation. All right, let's end our first conversation here. I won't waste your precious time. Follow the passage, and you'll see the exit soon. Thank you. I think I've already seen part of it. Goodbye. As soon as he finished speaking, Andre immediately removed the defensive magic on his body and put on his hood again. He turned around and walked towards the exit, staring at his back that was gradually disappearing into the darkness. Loretta's face suddenly became distorted. He smirked and licked his lips. Hee, a perfect prey. I really want to rip your throat out. Drink your hot blood. I believe it will be delicious. A second later, for some reason, his expression returned to normal. He raised his hand and covered his eyes as he muttered to himself, Calm down, calm down. Now is not the time. My opponent this time is someone who has been chosen by my mentor. I don't want to be torn to pieces by powerful arcane spells. But I'm so excited. I can't control myself. Damn it. Why did I let such a perfect prey appear? But I can't do anything. Shut up. You still have the nerve to say that. If I didn't quickly take over control of the body, he would have discovered our biggest secret. I don't care. I'm bored to death. Exciting. I want excitement. Sigh, I really don't know what to do with you. All right, let's go out and have some fun. Maybe it'll be fun to summon a demon and throw it into the knight's camp. Ha 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 ha. What are we waiting for? Let's move. Blood. Slaughter. I love to hear the anguished wails and despair of those idiots before they die. In the dark tunnel, Loretta Botons muttered to himself like a lunatic. One moment he was rational, the next he was crazy. After several alternations, he finally went completely crazy. If Andre were here, he would definitely find that this guy was exactly the same as when he first started to clamor about destroying everything. The secret passage from the municipal building to the outside world was not long. After walking for less than 5 minutes, Andre came out of an abandoned warehouse. He shook off the dust on his body and looked up at the surrounding environment. Not long after, he was surprised to find that this place was not far from the municipal building. It was only 2 streets away. However, because it was close to the intersection of the sewer and the moat, the air was always filled with a foul smell, so there was no one around at all. It was quiet and remote. Looking at the muddy river in front of him, he covered his nose and muttered to himself, It's really a perfect escape route. As long as I jump down from here and follow the river, I can reach the dock in a few minutes and escape on a boat. But it smells a little bad. Linton City was actually a city built on a riverbank. A long time ago, this was the estuary of the Bylan River. However, when the city was expanding, the rulers used the power of magic to forcibly divide the river into 2, forming a chevron around the city and forming a natural moat. In order to ensure that household waste would not cause too much pollution to the city, the original designers dug out two huge pipes hidden under the city walls. Normally, under the impact of the water flow, all the dirty things in the sewer would be washed away. Unfortunately, they didn't expect the threat of the algae. These little things looked a little inconspicuous, but they could change the water quality, allowing anaerobic bacteria to grow in large numbers. Over time, they formed a large, green, stinky ditch. Of course, this did not have much to do with Andre. He was thinking about what to do next. After all, he was not the ruler of this city. Rather than worrying about the living environment of the residents, it was better to think about how to quickly raise his wizard rank. No matter what, he had to reach rank 13 or above within a year. Otherwise, there was no hope of victory. A rank 15 great wizard meant that he had grasped a powerful rank 8 arcane spell. If he wanted to face him head-on, a rank 7 arcane spell was necessary. This point could be confirmed in the short battle just now. A mere rank 6 illusion spell, false image spell, was enough to fool him. Fortunately, Loretta Botons had no intention of making a move. Otherwise, he would have no other choice but to run. In a battle between mages, every 2 levels was a qualitative leap. For example, a rank 1 wizard only had rank 1 spell slots, so he could only learn rank 1 arcane spells. A rank 3 wizard only had rank 2 spell slots, so he could learn rank 2 arcane spells, and so on. Then, how big was the gap between low-level and high-level magic? Perhaps for an ordinary wizard, this was a difficult question to answer. However, for Andre, who had the ability to analyze data, it was simple. He just had to look at the damage. Take evocation spells as an example. The rank 0 arcane spell, Tremor Electric Shock, usually had a damage value between 1 and 5 points. Generally speaking, it could only kill ordinary people with weaker physiques. The rank 1 arcane spell, Magic Missile, began to double the damage, with each bullet having 2 to 5 points. The higher the wizard's rank, the more they could shoot. The highest number could be 5, which was 10 to 25 points. Even if it did not hit a vital point, it was enough to kill a professional below rank 5. Not to mention rank 2 arcane spells. Melf's Acid Arrow, once hit a target, would cause 2 to 4 points of damage every 6 seconds. The higher the wizard's rank, the longer the duration. There was no upper limit. It was said that in the hands of a great wizard, this spell could even disintegrate an elephant alive. As for rank 3 arcane spells, they were even more frightening. The lightning spell could cause 1 to 6 points of damage per rank. Not only was there no upper limit, but it was also a group attack. Along the way, it would melt some metals with low melting points, such as lead, copper, silver, gold, and so on. It could be said that every increase in arcane level would cause a great change to the wizard. The most direct change was the damage value of these arcane spells. Chapter 3:16. Using this as a reference, Andre came to a shocking conclusion. If one ignored intelligence, mental state, battle experience, physical fitness, external environment, magical equipment, poison, assassination, sneak attacks, and other factors, a low-ranked wizard could only challenge an opponent 3 levels higher than himself. Otherwise, if the difference in the level of arcane spells between the 2 sides was 2 levels, the chances of victory would be 0. In fact, anyone who could become an advanced mage would definitely have a high IQ. Moreover, the higher the mage's level, the more obvious their advantages would be. They would have more magic equipment, scrolls, and potions than low-level mages. Lastly, they would have more spell slots. As long as they weren't careless or under special circumstances, victory was almost certain. Think about it. 2 people were fighting barehanded. One of them was tall, strong, smart, had fast reflexes, and could run and jump. How likely would it be for the weaker one to win? It was obvious that unless the opponent had learned some fighting techniques, and their physical fitness couldn't be too weak, otherwise they would be knocked to the ground in the blink of an eye. To Andre, the knowledge stored in his brain from Earth and Ulysses' spellbooks were fighting techniques, and a level 13 wizard was his physical fitness. Only when he had both of these would he have the qualifications to challenge Loretta Botons. Before that, he had to strengthen his own influence as quickly as possible. Otherwise, the other party's status as a duke would be a huge problem. As the saying goes, there is no such thing as fairness in this world. All we can do is to work hard and try our best to close the gap between us. Complaining all the time will only make the gap between us bigger and bigger. There is no use at all. From the beginning, Andre had a premonition that this game wouldn't be easy. However, after seeing Loretta Botons with his own eyes today, he realized that it wasn't just not easy. It was practically hell on earth. A level 15 great wizard, a duke standing at the peak of the nobility in Lincoln City, and the master of the border forest. Any one of these titles would be enough to cause a commotion, and all of them were concentrated on one person. If it weren't for the fact that he was born with an unyielding spirit and had a year of buffer time, he would have definitely run as far as he could because he couldn't see any hope of victory. Walking and thinking, Andre unknowingly took a big detour and returned to the small square in front of the municipal building. Just as he passed by the left side of the street, he suddenly heard someone calling his name from behind. He quickly turned around to take a look. A middle-aged man, with a mustache and black, noble attire, was sitting on a speeding carriage. He waved his hand and shouted, "Wait! Wizard Andre, please wait!" While they were talking, the carriage quickly caught up. The coachman's driving skills were very good. In just a few seconds, the carriage slowed down and stopped directly beside Andre. The middle-aged man hurriedly opened the door and jumped out of the car without waiting for the servant to kneel down. He bowed enthusiastically. "It's such a pleasure to see you here. Now, let me introduce myself. My name is Virginia Wickley, Viscount of Linton City. The one sitting in the carriage is my daughter, Cecilia. Nice to meet you, Your Excellency Viscount. May I know why you stopped me?" Andre asked very calmly. He didn't show any friendliness, nor did he show any coldness that kept people thousands of miles away. As the saying goes, don't slap a smiling face. When others showed kindness to you, you'd better return the kindness. At least, you shouldn't offend people for no reason. Otherwise, you'd immediately give people a bad impression of being unruly and arrogant. In the interactions between people, such people would usually be isolated. No matter how talented they were, they wouldn't have a good ending. I don't dare to accept your honorable task. I just wanted to invite you to lunch, and then we'll go to the auction house together in the afternoon to participate in this month's premium auction. I wonder if you have time?" Virginia said as he raised his head, his face full of sincerity and expectation. He had waited here for a full hour and finally managed to catch him. No matter what, he didn't want to return empty-handed. "Auction? Can you tell me more about it?" When he heard about the premium auction, Andre's interest was immediately piqued. He had long heard that the auction house in the city would hold a special auction at the end of every month. Just the entrance fee alone was 500 gold coins, and the starting price of each item was more than 10,000 gold coins. There were magical items that countless people dreamed of, as well as all kinds of rare materials. Occasionally, one could even see a princess or a prince of a fallen country in the slave auction. Obviously, among all the auction items, the one that attracted him the most was definitely the rare materials, especially the branches of magical plants and the bones of large magical beasts that were needed to make the fireball magic staff. These two things were not something that could be easily seen in the market. As for the two nail-sized rubies and diamond powder, they could be sold in jewelry stores. As for the blood of the fire elemental creatures, he could directly draw some of it from himself. Perhaps because she heard that Andre didn't directly refuse, Virginia was secretly relieved. She introduced with a smile, "As far as I know, there are a total of 3 items in this month's auction. The first item is a golden statue from the desert ruins in the south. It should be something left behind by a fallen god. It contains a powerful energy that can be used to cast healing spells. The second item is a strange map. According to the appraisal of scholars, it recorded the location of a mage tower that disappeared in the mountains in the west 750 years ago. It is said that the owner of the tower was once a very powerful mage. There is endless knowledge and wealth buried in the tower. Many mages in the Mage Association have shown great interest in it. The last item is a little special. It is a young bear hound. In order to capture it, a mercenary group from outside the city lost 30 of their best men. It was a massacre, but fortunately, it is worth it. Large magical beasts with unlimited potential like this are always in short supply. Even I want to try and see if I can capture it. In addition to these 3 items, there are also many magical items and rare materials. I believe there will be something that you need. Capture a young bear hound. These guys are crazy for money." Andre was dumbfounded and exclaimed in surprise. He couldn't believe that there were people who were crazy to such an extent. Was this the legendary saying that if you don't seek death, you won't die? Chapter 3:17. As the name suggested, the bear hound was a magical creature that was a cross between a bear and a dog. They generally walked on all 4s, were good at running, climbing, swimming, sneaking, had a keen sense of smell, and could see normally in places without any light. Their intelligence was higher than most humans, and they could usually learn more than 2 languages. They also had the ability to change the attitude of wild beasts. In a critical situation, they could easily recruit an army of wild beasts in the forest and launch crazy attacks and revenge on a target. They were very dangerous enemies. In addition, the claws and teeth of these big guys were harder than steel and were equivalent to the lowest level of magic weapons. It was said that a chainmail made of fine steel could be torn into pieces with just 1 blow. A normal adult bear hound was 2 meters tall on all 4s and weighed nearly a ton. It could easily carry something as heavy as itself while running. If it was properly trained, not only could it help its master in battle, it could also become an excellent mount. In the Monster Illustration Handbook, the challenge rating of a bear hound was 7, which was only 1 level lower than a succubus. This showed how powerful it was. Most importantly, during the breeding period, these terrifying beasts would gather together in pairs. Anyone who wanted to attack them would be crazy. In Andre's eyes, it was already a miracle that this mercenary group was still alive. What was a mere 30 people? He didn't even dare to imagine what kind of terrifying scenes these pitiful mercenaries had experienced along the way. They probably had to keep one eye open even when they were eating or sleeping. Otherwise, they would lose their lives to the sharp claws and bloody jaws if they were distracted. Of course, the greater the sacrifice, the greater the reward. Although they had suffered a great loss, those who survived were about to become rich. According to the calculation of the combat power of an adult bear hound, a bear hound was equivalent to 4 to 6 professional warriors below level 7 and had a lifespan of 2 to 300 years. Whether it was to be used as a guard to protect the family or to be trained as a mount to charge into the battlefield, it was very cost-effective. The price would probably be raised to 300,000 to 400,000 gold coins by the fanatical nobles. Virginia spread out her hands and said in a half-joking tone, "Of course they are crazy. You have to know that the charm of gold coins is endless. Moreover, these mercenaries came from the chaotic Kamla Desert. I heard that they were a small tribe that lost their oasis and needed a large sum of money to buy food and water to settle their people. Otherwise, they would all starve and die of thirst. Oh, so it's for survival and continuity. No wonder they chose to take such a big risk. Andre nodded thoughtfully. After being in Linton City for so long, he had heard some rumors about the surrounding areas. He knew that the Great Kamla Desert was a place that could only be reached by sailing westward for 1.5 months. It was said that the temperature there could reach 60 degrees during the day. Cooking rice there only required stones under the sun. There was no need to even start a fire. Due to the harsh environment, the oasis became the only place in the desert where people could live. In order to seize these precious lands, small-scale wars and conflicts would break out every once in a while. The victors would gain the right to live and reproduce in the oasis, while the losers would be reduced to slaves, desert bandits, and refugees. Among them, the luckier ones were able to make it to the Pearl of the Desert, Kamla City, and then take a boat to other areas. The unlucky ones all died along the way, becoming dried corpses buried under the yellow sand. To these homeless people who didn't have a fixed income, the males would usually choose to become mercenaries, pirates, or thugs. The females would be reduced to prostitutes standing on the streets. As for the elderly and children, most of them couldn't survive the cruel environment. The few children who could enter the city could only rely on stealing to survive. The Great Kamla Desert stretched for more than 1,700 kilometers and had more than 3,000 oases of various sizes. The largest oasis was Linton City, which was 5 times the size of the surrounding areas. A self-proclaimed successor of the ancient Mulan Kingdom had established the Mulan Kingdom there and was actively expanding to the surrounding areas. It was the most powerful force in the area. As for the rest, they all followed the law of the jungle where the strong preyed on the weak. Whoever had the biggest fist would be able to occupy the richest and largest oasis, especially those valiant warriors who survived the fierce battles. Each of them had extraordinary strength. The fact that they could survive the pursuit of bears and hounds was the best proof. As a cunning noble, Virginia could tell that Andre was interested in this mercenary group. She struck while the iron was hot and said, "I know the leader of this mercenary group. If you need, I can help to pull some strings. They will be heading to the auction site this afternoon. It's on the way." "Then I'll accept your offer. But before that, I have to go back to withdraw some money. Otherwise, I won't be able to bid for anything that I like." Andre shrugged with a smile. "Ha ha ha ha. There's no need for that. If there's anything that you like, just let me know. I can help to pay for it. Let's go and have a meal first. There's a good restaurant not far ahead. The seafood there is delicious." Virginia put on a forthright look and opened the door of the carriage. She gestured for Rode to get in. At the same time, her daughter, who was sitting in the carriage, revealed a sweet smile. She waved her hand lightly and purposely pulled her collar down to show her unfathomable cleavage. Seeing that it was hard to refuse, Andre didn't refuse. He stepped into the carriage and sat on the soft chair. He bowed slightly to the young lady in front of him. "It's a pleasure to meet you, beautiful Miss Cecilia. My name is Andre." "Hee, you're too polite. I should be the honored one. You have to know that ever since the pirates hiding in the sewers were eliminated, you have become the hero in the hearts of countless women in this city. Of course, what happened after was even more amazing. No matter if it was defending against the attack of more than 2,000 barbarians or eliminating the invading beastmen and gnomes in one fell swoop, all of these are perfect examples of wisdom and courage. It had to be said that this noble lady, who looked to be around 20 years old and wore a sexy beige dress, was very skilled in speaking. She praised Andre's achievements without leaving any traces, and also secretly hinted at her admiration for him. She had obviously received professional training. No matter if it was her speech, actions, or expressions, they were all on point. She knew what men liked to hear, and also understood that the true essence of seduction was the hazy feeling between revealing and not revealing. Every time she spoke, she would adjust her posture to show her most beautiful figure. Chapter 3:18. But it was a pity that in Andre's eyes, this was barely passable. Compared to the scheming Beatrice cheese he met in his previous life, Cecilia was still a far cry. Moreover, this so-called sexy dress was only in comparison to the conservative, noble attire of Linton City. If she wanted to seduce him, she'd better strip naked and change into a set of sexy lingerie first. Of course, as a self-proclaimed gentleman, Andre wouldn't say these words aloud. He only labeled her as a scheming *TCH in his heart and modestly waved his hand. No, Miss Cecilia, you think too highly of me. These 3 things aren't as exaggerated as the rumors outside. The truth has long been changed beyond recognition by the rumors and is simply not credible. Saying so, Andre's face revealed a trace of a bitter smile. Since Bonnie had set up the framework of the intelligence system early on, he was now able to obtain a lot of timely information. Although it wasn't possible to pry into the secrets of the nobles, it was still very easy to collect some rumors from the marketplace. What did Andre look like in the eyes of the commoners of Linton City? 8 feet tall, 8 feet around the waist. His appearance was as ferocious as an ogre. He could tear a person in half with a raise of his hand. The flames from his mouth could melt rocks, and he had to eat the hearts of 20 living people every day. It could be said that he was completely demonized. It would be strange if he wasn't depressed. However, he knew that in the eyes of the commoners, all mages were more or less the same. If they weren't ferocious devils, then they were man-eating monsters. In short, from those ridiculous descriptions, you would never find a single characteristic that a human should have. From a certain perspective, this reflected the position and impression of mages in the hearts of the commoners. They were terrifying, dangerous, and ruthless. Regarding this, Andre didn't have any good ideas. He could only let them be. After all, he was also a member of the Mage Association. Those ignorant commoners don't understand how great your actions are. Don't worry. I heard that the council has already sent out 2 traveling bards to organize your deeds and spread them everywhere. When the time comes, all the rumors will be dispelled. Cecilia was quite familiar with these matters. She pursed her lips and snickered as she comforted him. Andre shrugged nonchalantly. Forget it. I don't have any hope. Let nature take its course. He was very clear that this was the council's way of fawning over him after discovering his potion-making skills, to make up for their slight disdain. As for whether it would have any effect, it would depend on the will of the heavens. After all, in any era, preconceived notions weren't that easy to change, especially with the fact that there were only 2 traveling bards. It wouldn't have too many effects. Seeing that Andre didn't want to continue on this topic, Cecilia quickly changed the topic. She pretended to be naive and asked, "I'm curious, why are you wearing a hood? Is it to block the sun?" "All right, Cecilia, let Mage Andre rest for a while. Don't you see that he's a little tired?" Virginia used her cane to lightly tap her daughter's calf, pretending to be angry as she scolded. Looking at the father and daughter sitting opposite him, the corners of Andre's mouth curled up slightly. A playful smile appeared on his face. He thought to himself, as the saying goes, one who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. Your foxtail has finally shown itself. As expected, you're here for the fire elemental bloodline. From the moment they met, he felt that they had a strong intention, especially the father, Virginia. His 2 eyes were looking up and down as if he was looking for something. Without a doubt, this guy must have gotten the information from a mage. So he specially came today to test whether it was true or not. Usually, the nobles were very suspicious. They would usually verify the information they got from others, or else they wouldn't completely believe it. Since he already knew the motive of the other party, Andre was completely relieved. He was already prepared to deal with this situation, so he was exceptionally calm. He directly took off his hood, revealing his flame-like hair and two orange-red eyes in front of the other two. Especially the dense fire elemental energy gathered around his hair. It was like sparks flashing in the air, looking so dazzling. Oh, 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 my God! What Wizard Zebulon said was absolutely right. This is unbelievable. It's like a ball of bright flame. Virginia's eyes widened as she let out an incoherent exclamation. He didn't expect that he would get the answer he wanted the most just as he was testing the waters with the strategy that he had formulated. After all, hearing about it was one thing, and seeing it with one's own eyes was another. The special bloodline of their dreams was right in front of them, so any noble would inevitably be excited. Not only did it represent a powerful supernatural power, it also meant that once they got their hands on it, their family could very well experience a qualitative leap. In fact, although there were many types of special bloodlines, there weren't many that were really suitable for the upper-class society. Needless to say, bloodlines like demons and devils that were feared and detested by ordinary people, even the mixed-blood descendants of evil dragons like red dragons, blue dragons, green dragons, black dragons, and white dragons would be rejected to a certain extent. Only the dragons of the good faction, such as the gold dragon, silver dragon, bronze dragon, brass dragon, and red bronze dragon, as well as the fire elemental, earth elemental, wind elemental, and water elemental of the neutral faction could be accepted by the majority of the people. However, the number of these bloodlines was extremely small. Needless to say, the metal dragons would carefully hide their identities when they entered human society, let alone fall in love and have mixed-blood descendants. As for the elemental realm, there was no need to mention it. Ever since the High God had sealed the connection between Orire and the other planes, the powerful elemental lords could no longer pass through the planar passage like before and descend their consciousness or projections. Therefore, it was completely impossible to transform into an elemental or half-elemental body with their help. As time passed, most of the families with elemental bloodlines slowly faded into the masses, completely disappearing in the long river of history. Take Andre's family, for example. The bloodline in their bodies was so thin that it was almost negligible. Apart from retaining some physical characteristics, such as the color of their hair, they were basically no different from the commoners. Of course, things would be different after they were activated. At least it would ensure that the bloodline would not disappear for 2 generations, which was why the nobles were so enthusiastic. Chapter 319. After the excitement, Virginia immediately realized that her behavior was a little inappropriate. She quickly suppressed the excitement in her heart and bowed with one hand on her chest. "I'm very sorry. I was a little rude just now. I believe you should know that it has been a long time since a special bloodline appeared in Linton City. The last time it happened was back to the Dragon Knight from 700 years ago. After such a long time, the descendants he left behind no longer have any special abilities. Your appearance has let us once again see the hope of glory." "You're right. Father, I feel like my heart is about to jump out of my chest. This feeling, this beautiful color." Cecilia was talking to herself excitedly as she reached out with her finger, wanting to touch a small tuft of hair on his forehead. Just as she was halfway through this action, Andre suddenly raised his hand and snapped his fingers. In an instant, an invisible force surrounded him and easily blocked this overly intimate action. He very coldly refused. "Sorry, I'm not used to strangers touching my hair, and I also don't like people prying into my privacy." Cecilia obviously didn't expect this to happen, and her face immediately showed a trace of embarrassment. She sheepishly withdrew her hand and carefully explained, I'm sorry, I really didn't mean to pry into your privacy. I was just a little curious. If I caused any inconvenience to you, I apologize. Yes, I swear on my honor as a noble that the Wickley family definitely didn't have such intentions. All the information came from a banquet a few days ago. Mage Zebulon of the Brooke family had a slip of the tongue after drinking and accidentally revealed some things that happened in the Mage Association. Virginia hurriedly followed suit and swore. In order to ensure that he wouldn't be eliminated prematurely in this battle for the special bloodline, he didn't hesitate to sell out the person who provided the information. He did it so confidently, without a trace of guilt. Seeing that he had achieved his goal of intimidating the other party, Andre's expression eased a little. He squinted his eyes and asked softly, "Oh, tell me about this Mage Zebulon. Who is he? Are you usually close to those people?" As a typical supporter of conspiracy theories, he instinctively felt that someone was plotting against him. So he wanted to investigate. It would be best if there was no one, but if there was someone plotting against him, then be prepared to take the consequences. If you can't eat well, Virginia lowered her head and winked at Cecilia, who immediately understood. Cecilia took a deep breath and replied, "Mage Zebulon is the second son of Marquis Kyrgyz, a great noble second only to the Duke in Linton City. He was discovered to have a talent for magic when he was 5 years old, and then he became the disciple of Mage Gavin Lauren. He rarely appeared in public after so many years. However, it's said that he's already a powerful spellcaster now that he's returned from his studies. Gavin's disciple, looks like things are getting more and more interesting." As he spoke, a cold light flashed in Andre's eyes. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and a cold smile appeared on his face. Ever since he left the Association of Mages, he always felt that this guy's behavior was very abnormal. He was clearly taught a lesson, but in the end, he endured it. It was completely different from his usual combative personality. It turned out that he was secretly plotting something. Although he didn't know what the other party was up to, Andre could already smell the scent of a conspiracy. He secretly recorded Gavin Lauren's name on the list of enemies and prepared to deal with it after he found out the specific reason. He didn't find it strange that Gavin suddenly jumped out to cause trouble. After all, President Boris had begun to make it clear that he wanted to train himself as the next president of the Association of Mages. Gavin Lauren, on the other hand, wanted to obtain the position of president so that the Association of Mages could completely transform into a combat-oriented organization. It could be said that whether it was from the perspective of interests or from the perspective of human nature, Andre was already standing on the opposite side of Gavin Lauren. Unless one of them gave up on the goal they were pursuing, they could only become enemies in the end. Moreover, it was an enemy that wouldn't rest until one of them was dead. He still remembered that when he first came to the vicinity of Linton City, he had planned to investigate the other party. However, it seemed that there was no need to do so now. As the saying goes, being merciful to one's enemy was being cruel to oneself. At the same time, it was also being irresponsible to one's friends and family. Since he had confirmed that Gavin Lauren was an enemy, he had to be prepared to completely wipe out the other party's spirit and body. If necessary, he could even invite him to a duel and kill him in front of everyone to prevent future troubles. Of course, as of now, this guy hadn't decided whether to confront him head-on. He had only sent an apprentice to test the waters. If he overreacted or killed this mage called Zebulon, then not only would he offend a powerful Marquis family, but it would also lead to a series of serious consequences. Obviously, due to some unknown reasons, he still had scruples in his heart and didn't dare to easily fall out with him. He didn't even have the courage to come out personally. However, this also happened to fulfill Andre's wish. Compared to a head-on confrontation, he preferred this kind of complicated battle of wits. through careful calculations, he could force the enemy into a corner step by step. This kind of feeling was more exciting and satisfying than any other kind of enjoyment. You seem to want to play a dangerous game. Then I'll play a dangerous game with you. After muttering to himself, Andre's eyes flickered with a strange radiance. His expression looked dangerous and callous. Coupled with his flame-like hair and pupils, he was instantly filled with a strange charm. The negative emotions accumulated from the recent massacres were unintentionally released and completely enveloped the carriage. Sitting opposite him, Cecilia could only feel her heart beating wildly. An inexplicable electric current surged from the bottom of her heart and rushed to her brain in just a few seconds. Her whole body couldn't help but tremble slightly. This lasted for more than 10 seconds before she collapsed weakly on the seat. Her seductive red lips parted as she panted for breath, as if she had just undergone an intense exercise. As for Virginia, she was the exact opposite. What she felt was pressure, an enormous and unimaginable pressure. In the blink of an eye, dense beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. A scholar once said that time itself has no meaning. Only when there is a reference does it begin to become incomparably important. Therefore, time is relative. When a person feels happy, he will feel that time flies. When a person feels painful and lonely, he will feel that a day passes like a year. Chapter 3:20. Without a doubt, Virginia and Cecilia, this pair of scheming father and daughter, had a deep understanding of the situation. The latter was almost suffocating. Andre quickly realized this and quickly adjusted his emotions. In the blink of an eye, he revealed a harmless smile. "Oh, I'm so sorry. I seem to have lost control of my emotions. It's all right. It's our fault." Virginia suppressed the fear in his heart and squeezed out a smile. He wasn't sure if it was a fatal mistake for him to be the first one to test Lynn Lee. "Father, it's already noon. Do you think we should find a place to have lunch?" Cecilia quickly changed the topic. She realized that the methods she used to deal with other noble youths didn't work on Andre at all. On the contrary, she was fooled by him. Her figure and face that she was most proud of were completely ignored. She instantly became like most beautiful young ladies and subconsciously wanted to escape. Looking at the panicked expressions of the father and daughter, Andre shook his head and sighed inwardly, as expected of someone tricked them to be cannon fodder. They couldn't even withstand this little pressure. He reckoned that the other nobles were hiding in a corner and peeking at his attitude. It wouldn't be long before they took targeted actions. The lunch location was at a high-class restaurant famous for its seafood. Virginia wasn't stingy with her gold coins and ordered a total of 15 dishes. There were delicious fish, crabs, lobsters, and shellfish. Just the smell alone was enough to satisfy Andre. Of course, it would be perfect if the atmosphere was better. After getting off the carriage, the attitude of these two people instantly changed 180 degrees. They no longer entangled with each other. Other than some flattering nonsense, they did not mention anything about the special bloodline. After all, even the most foolish nobles were true elites. Perhaps they might be blinded by lies and greed for a moment, but they would immediately understand how to remedy the situation once they woke up. Without a doubt, Virginia knew that she had been tricked by everyone. Perhaps that gathering was a trap set up in advance. If not, why didn't she tell anyone else but herself? In addition, he seriously suspected that his damned Uncle George had colluded with an outsider to trick him. Otherwise, why would he be so slow? According to his greedy character, if there were any benefits, he would have already pounced on them like a vicious dog. As for Cecilia, she seemed to be frightened. She didn't say a word and didn't even take a few bites of her lunch. She looked dispirited and listless. Her eyes kept darting around as if she was afraid of something. Linton City's auction house was located in the center of the bustling business district. It was run by the Whale Merchant Group from the Green Sea Alliance's capital, Lucas City. It was only open for business for 1 day a month, and the rest of the time was spent desperately collecting all kinds of rare goods in preparation for the next auction. It was this spirit that allowed them to become the most powerful commercial organization in the South. It was said that their annual profits even accounted for 10% of the total tax revenue of the Green Sea Alliance. There was no lack of nobles with real power, and they often provided many conveniences and preferential policies. The ultimate goal of many merchants was to join them. Unfortunately, the Whale Merchant Group had very high requirements for their partners. On one hand, they needed to have at least 700,000 gold coins worth of fixed assets. On the other hand, they needed to occupy a dominant position in a certain area. Through this combination of government and business, they were like whales, opening their mouths wide to devour as much as they liked. As long as it was related to making money, they would have a hand in it. They had now spread to every corner of the South, and their influence was so great that it could destroy the economy of any city or country. In order to not excessively stimulate the ruling class and allow them to expand steadily, they had formulated two very interesting strategies. They didn't set up a specialized army and prioritize supply. The former meant that the merchant group didn't have too much military power and couldn't pose too much of a threat to the ruling class. The latter was both loved and hated by the nobles. This was because only those who provided the merchant group with conveniences would be able to receive their help at critical times, such as during times of war, turmoil, or shortage of supplies. In any case, the Whale Merchant Group was a colossus that involved the interests of all parties. However, due to the large number of members and the lack of any political orientation, they were like a pile of loose sand that existed solely for the pursuit of profits. The internal members were neither superior nor subordinate, and were merely providing a platform for cooperation. It had to be said that this set of theories was quite advanced and was in line with the economic development of the 21st century. The first-rate merchants set the standards, the second-rate merchants set the brand, the third-rate merchants sell the technology, and the fourth-rate merchants sell the products. Although Andre didn't know who first came up with this idea, he knew that this was the general rule of business. The Whale Merchant Group happened to be setting the standards for the entire South, and at the same time making their own brand known. Glancing at the crowd at the entrance of the auction house, he couldn't help but nod and sigh. It seems that more than half of the nobles and merchants of this city have arrived. It's hard to imagine that a mere premium auction could reach such a level. Believe me, you only need to participate once to understand that the goods here will not disappoint anyone. Even if you don't participate in the auction, it's still good to come and take a look. Virginia said with a face full of expectation as he leaned on his silver cane. After chatting for so long, he had a rough understanding of Andre's temperament. He knew that as long as he didn't take the initiative to cross the other party's bottom line, he didn't have to be too afraid. Therefore, his tone was a lot more relaxed, and the bearing of a superior was once again displayed. Coupled with his handsome face, he gave off the feeling of a handsome uncle. However, this graceful image didn't last for more than a minute before it was broken. An old man with white hair and a neatly trimmed beard walked over. He first politely smiled and nodded at Andre, then stared into Virginia's angry eyes and said sarcastically, "My dear nephew, please don't resent me, and don't think of doing anything stupid. I believe that you know how many people are involved in this matter. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being stupid and greedy. Otherwise, why do you think Zebulun chose you and not someone else?" Chapter 3:21. No, I have never resented you, dear uncle. I even want to thank you for teaching me a lesson. Even though the tuition fee is expensive, the Wickley family can still afford it. I will remember this lesson and pass it on to my future generations so that they will remember the price of greed. Virginia's face was gloomy as she resisted the urge to rip the old face in front of her apart. She didn't back down as she replied, although his hands were clenched into fists due to anger and were trembling slightly. He still maintained the demeanor of a so-called noble, just like how this class often boasted. Even if they were about to starve to death or die of thirst, they would not lose their manners and face. Ha ha ha. Looks like you've finally grown up. If it was before, you would have definitely caused a ruckus. Go back. Cecilia seems to be a little tired. I will take over the matters of entertaining the guests. After saying this meaningful sentence, the old man ignored Virginia and went straight to Andre. He placed one hand on his chest and bowed, slightly. It is an honor to meet you, the successor chosen by President Boris of the Association of Mages, Master Potioneering, Mage Andre. My name is George Mantle, the Earl of Lincoln City. Today, I am here to represent a group of people to have a talk with you. Perhaps we can find some common interests. The corner of Andre's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a playful smile. He touched his chin and asked, "What is this? A threat, a negotiation, or a warning?" No, please don't misunderstand. This is only an invitation. After all, you are a rising star, and we are looking for a trustworthy partner or investment partner. Please don't be too vigilant. To show our sincerity, we will pay for whatever you buy after the auction begins. As the last syllable fell, the old man stood there with a calm expression, silently waiting for a reply. Compared to Virginia, who was still angry, he was obviously more astute. Relying on his rich life experience, he easily played his nephew in the palm of his hand. Haha, invitation? It sounded interesting. But before that, I need to know who you are representing. At the very least, I need to make sure that there are no enemies. Before Andre could finish his words, he noticed that there were people quarreling and walking towards him. Not just one, but several of them. The leader of the group was a man in his 50s. He was wearing an eye-catching red ceremonial robe, with 2 one-foot-long short swords hanging from his waist. His footsteps were steady and powerful, and his 2 dark gray eyes were like an eagle's as they scanned the surroundings. One look, and one could tell that he was definitely an expert swordsman, full of vigor. As soon as this man appeared, he stole everyone's limelight like an arrogant emperor. Every unlucky person who was targeted by him couldn't help but lower their heads. Virginia even grabbed her daughter's hand and quickly jumped into the carriage without saying a word. It was obvious that they were running away. Damn it! Why is this guy here? George Mantle cursed in a low voice. It could be seen that the old man was very wary of the newcomer. To be exact, he was a little fearful. It was obvious that they were not on the same side. As the saying goes, the onlookers aren't afraid of trouble. Andre didn't show the slightest bit of panic. Instead, he laughed. Ha 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 ha. It's getting more and more lively, more and more interesting. As a smart person, he had long since discovered that the nobles of Linton City weren't as harmonious as they seemed on the surface. Especially when it came to their own interests, there were all sorts of open and covert struggles. Sometimes, even dukes would be involved. It was obvious that with the trade war about to start, all the accumulated conflicts would explode. The nobles tore off their masks of hypocrisy and began to form alliances, preparing to make a huge profit. George Mantle stroked the beard on his chin and explained with a cold smile, "Interesting? I don't think so. Perhaps you don't know, but that guy is a great noble in this city, second only to dukes. He's called the Bloody Marquis, Kurga's Breast. His methods are forceful, and he doesn't like to be reasonable. He's a huge problem." After listening to this introduction, Andre raised his eyebrows, a cold light flashing in his eyes. He smiled and asked, "Marquis Kyrgyz? So he's Zebulon's father, the guy who's close to Gavin Lauren?" The old man nodded without hesitation. "That's right. They're all radical warmongers. They dream of starting a war all day long. Only blood, slaughter, destruction, and plunder can satisfy their perverted addictions. Birds of a feather flock together. Indeed, only birds of a feather flock together. But it doesn't matter. Let me see how this marquis expresses his forceful attitude." Having said that, Andre took off his hood in front of countless gazes, revealing a head of flaming hair. At the same time, he raised the power of his fire elemental bloodline to the extreme. In just a few seconds, a large number of sparks formed around his body. These sparks spun at an extremely fast speed, and the visual effect was a mess. Without a doubt, this was a show of force. Even though the conversation hadn't started, Andre already saw the other party as an enemy that had to be completely destroyed. A short distance of a few dozen meters wasn't far. In the blink of an eye, Kyrgyz Brest had brought 6 or 7 people with him. He first stared at the old man with contempt for a full 5 seconds, then let out a soft snort and greeted him in a stiff tone. "Count George Mantell, I'm very happy to meet you here. I'm sure you and your allies must be feeling very indignant. After planning for so long, you still couldn't stop the outbreak of the trade war. I've said it a long time ago. Only toughness and expansion are the foundations of this city's strength. If it weren't for your interference 25 years ago, our army would have already rushed into Bakrov City and plundered their wealth, destroyed their shipyards, and raised a group of puppets to become our vassals. It can be said that the reason Linton City is in such a precarious situation today is the inevitable result of the weakness and compromise of you so-called moderates. I despise you. I despise you because you're all a bunch of cowards. You don't deserve to be called nobles." Fortunately, the god of war, Quintus, once again shrouded the seas in war. This time, I won't let this opportunity slip away. Once the war is over, we'll be filled with wealth and glory, and you rotten conservatives will be swept away into the trash heap of history. Chapter 3:22. You still have the face to bring up the war 25 years ago. If it weren't for you idiots slaughtering captives wantonly and breaking the rules of trade wars, we wouldn't be in such a passive state now. Do you know what the other cities call the Navy of Lincoln City? Barbarians. Executioners. Remember, how you treat others today will be how they treat you in the future. Think about the great battle in the waters of the Sardinia a few months ago. Why would those pirates rather die than surrender? Because they knew that they would be slaughtered even if they surrendered, so they would rather die in a grand battle. Congratulations! You've made more than half of the southern regions our enemy. The old man roared furiously as he criticized the other side. In his opinion, these warmongers were a bunch of lunatics. They were always expanding the scale and cost of war without limit. They didn't understand that war was merely a means to achieve political goals. It had to be restricted to a certain extent, or else it would be courting death and making enemies everywhere. Looking at the conflict between the 2 largest factions of Lincoln City's nobles, Andre understood many things in an instant. To put it bluntly, the 2 sides had differences in interests and political ideals. The conservative faction, with Count George Mantell at the center, mostly operated in relatively traditional industries such as land, artisanal workshops, metal products, cloth, swords, and armor. The biggest characteristic of these businesses was their stability. No matter the time, as long as people were alive, they would need to buy. It was just a matter of how much they earned. Their political views and foreign policies were also very simple. That was to expand their sales as much as possible through diplomatic means and reduce the number of trade wars. After all, once a certain region started to hate or even hate Lincoln City, the sales of various goods in that region would greatly decrease, making it extremely difficult to do business. The warmongers, led by Marquis Kyrgyzstan Brester, were the exact opposite. Their main business direction was to buy low and sell high. Not only did they need a cheap, or even better, free place to produce goods, but they also had to dump them at a high price to make a large profit. They relied heavily on policy support and market changes. It was fine when the environment was good, and the fleet could make money by operating on a few fixed routes. However, if the situation was unstable, such as riots in the raw material production area, or competitors appeared in the dumping area, they had to quell the riots as quickly as possible. Otherwise, the losses would be astronomical in the long run. It was precisely because of this that these people were like the European countries back on Earth during the Age of Discovery. They were bound to embark on the path of expansion. They needed a larger and cheaper production area, and at the same time, they craved more markets. Therefore, attacking and eliminating the competitors in Bakrov City was their only choice. To some extent, this was a war between the power of capital and the power of tradition. Although the former had great potential, in Oroire, which was full of supernatural power, they could not pry open the corners of the feudal power. They could only stabilize their own interests by constantly waging war, waiting for an opportunity to seize power. The latter might appear to be a little conservative, but the power accumulated over hundreds or even thousands of years was not to be underestimated. Among them, the knights were one of the staunchest supporters. After all, only a feudal system could ensure that they could obtain land, power, and social status. Of course, in fact, these two factions could work together. One side would provide cheap raw materials, the other side would process them into goods, and the former would be responsible for selling them to the entire South. In this way, it would not take long for the city to rapidly expand through maritime trade and eventually become a well-deserved overlord of the sea. However, whether it was due to technological limitations or the greed that pervaded the nobles, neither side was willing to give up on the benefits at hand. Over time, the relationship between them was like fire and water. Kyrgyzstan obviously did not take George's accusation seriously. He only sneered and did not refute, choosing to ignore it instead. That's right. It was a blatant disregard. In the process of communication between nobles, no provocative words could be more insulting than turning a blind eye. The former was just a lack of manners in the heat of the moment, while the latter implied that Kyrgyzstan did not deserve to be mentioned in the same breath as Kyrgyzstan, or it could be said that Kyrgyzstan did not care about Kyrgyzstan and his family at all. As a count, George Mantell was so angry that his whole body trembled. He dared to swear that he had never been treated more rudely in his life. Just as he was about to retort, Kyrgyzstan suddenly turned around, squinting his eyes as he sized up Andrei. In a slightly arrogant tone, he asked, "You are the young mage who recently rose to fame?" "That's right, I am," Andrei replied with a playful look. "I heard that you have always been against trade wars. Can you tell me why?" Kyrgyzstan's face was serious as he continued to ask aggressively. Unlike the other nobles, there was no trace of flattery or respect in his tone. On the contrary, it was full of doubt, as if he was looking for trouble. Perhaps in the past, Andrei would have chosen to compromise or endure when he was not strong enough. But now that he had enough power, he had no intention of indulging the other party's bad habits. He sneered and asked in return, "Why should I answer your question? What obligation do I have to answer your question? Also, even the dukes are polite to me when they talk to me. Who gave you the courage to question me?" Faced with such mockery, Kyrgyzstan's expression changed greatly. He did not expect that someone would dare to speak to him like this. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he nodded with gritted teeth. "Very good, very good. You are indeed as arrogant as Gavin said. Young man, I advise you not to be too arrogant, or else—" Before Marquis Kyrgyz could finish his sentence, Andrei raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The sparks floating in the surroundings instantly gathered together and let out a loud bang, followed by a heat wave. Marquis Kyrgyz, who was spouting nonsense, was left in a sorry state. After doing all this, he said sarcastically with a playful look, "What else can I do? Why don't you say it? Marquis of Blood, don't make me laugh. You have only killed a few people with your own hands, and you dare to call yourself a Marquis of Blood. You are merely a senior warrior. Do you really think you are a legendary professional? Shut your mouth and disappear from my sight immediately. Remember, it is best not to look for trouble in the future. My temper has always been bad. Who knows when I will lose control of my emotions and directly cast a large-scale killing spell in front of everyone. Also, tell Gavin Lauren that I will remember this. If there is a next time, tell him to prepare for a magic duel." Chapter 3:23. Kyrgyz was so angry that he couldn't speak. His two hands gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, and the murderous look in his eyes was almost tangible. The other people behind him also drew their weapons, waiting for the order to rush forward and kill. "Ha! Angry out of humiliation? I advise you to calm down, because if we start fighting, I guarantee that you won't last more than 3 minutes." With that, Andrei quickly activated the illusion ability of the Shifter Beast Ring 3 times a day. Instantly, 3 clones that looked exactly like him appeared around him. Whether it was their looks or movements, they were exactly the same. It was impossible to distinguish the real from the fake with the naked eye. Seeing that a fight was about to break out, the people who came to participate in the auction quickly retreated, leaving a large open space in just a few seconds. The guards at the door also hurried over, using their shields to separate the two sides, for fear of a bloody conflict. Perhaps he didn't want to offend the business group behind the auction house, or perhaps he was afraid of Andrei's spellcasting ability. But in any case, Kyrgyz finally suppressed the anger in his heart. He glared fiercely, turned around, and walked toward the auction hall. Without a doubt, he chose to swallow his anger for the time being and wait for revenge in the future. Only Andrei didn't want to fight at all, so he quickly canceled the illusion. With a smile on his face, he said to the old man who had been standing next to him, "See, the reason why he likes to be unreasonable is that he hasn't really met someone stronger. To put it bluntly, this kind of person is like a vicious dog. He looks very fierce on the surface, but in his bones, he bullies the weak and fears the strong. As long as you go up and hit him hard, he'll scream and run away." "Ha ha ha ha. Well said. This is the first time I've seen Kyrgyz suffer in front of so many people. It feels great. It seems that you've made your choice. Please allow me to welcome you on behalf of everyone." George Mantle laughed as he opened his arms and gave Andrei a warm hug. He knew very well what the conflict just now meant. At the same time, he also understood that although his old rival had gained the opportunity to expand the war, he was still far from achieving true victory. Everything still had to wait for the final result. There was no right or wrong in the struggle for benefits and politics. It was just a matter of being in different camps. It was a kind of continuous activity between vested interest groups in order to obtain more benefits. From the moment of the birth of power, it had always been with human beings and would never stop. Andrei didn't think too much about the clash between the two interest groups in Linton City. After all, as an outsider, the only thing he could do was choose to cooperate with one side and treat the other as his enemy. Obviously, he was disgusted by the Radical Party's style of conduct and attitude, and with Gavin Lauren's involvement, joining the Conservative Party was the best choice. At the very least, the attitude of this old man in front of him was 100 times better than Kyrgyzstan's. Of course, as a master pharmacist, Andrei had a lot of choices, but if he wanted to expand his influence in a short period of time, it would be best for him to join the game. Although the full outbreak of the trade war meant great risks, it also meant more opportunities. He believed that with his ability, he would be able to gain enough political capital to become a force that could not be ignored in this city before the Linton City Navy was destroyed. There was a saying that the enemy of an enemy was a friend, and the friend of an enemy was an enemy. Since they had a common enemy, George Mantle dropped his disguise. With a smile on his face, he pulled Andre's hand and went directly to the box on the second floor of the auction house. After both parties were seated, he immediately took out a beautifully packaged bottle of wine and 2 goblets from the cupboard beside him. He poured half a goblet into each goblet, and then picked up one of the goblets and said enthusiastically, "For our friendship and future. Cheers." Cheers. Andre also raised his glass and clinked it with the other parties. He opened his mouth and took a small sip, then put it on the table and refused to touch it again. In fact, if it wasn't for the fact that it was their first meeting and he didn't want to embarrass the other party, he wouldn't have even taken a small sip. George Mantle obviously noticed this and immediately asked, "What's wrong? This wine doesn't suit your taste. Why don't I get the maid to change it to a better bottle?" Andre smiled and waved his hand. "No, there's no need for that. Even if you put the best wine in the entire South on the table, it won't change my attitude of disgust. In my opinion, although alcohol can make a part of the mind feel happy, but more often than not, it can make the brain go into an uncontrollable state. I hate the taste of it, and I hate the consequences of drinking it even more. So, the small sip just now was just out of courtesy." "Courtesy? Oh my God, you're such a weirdo. You actually talk about drinking as if it's a torture. You know, in this world, there are 2 kinds of enjoyment that are most important to a man. One is women, and the other is wine." As he spoke, George closed his eyes and gently sniffed the wine, then raised it and took a small sip. It wasn't known if he could really taste it, or if he was just pretending. In short, his face was full of enjoyment. After more than a minute, he opened his eyes and exclaimed, "Delicious!" as expected of a 50-year-old Beldask Crimson. Not only is it rich and sweet, but it also has a burning taste. Drinking it makes me feel a few years younger. Andre couldn't help but sneer at the old man's behavior. "Huh, sorry, that's just your illusion. Alcohol can't make you feel young, nor can it really warm your body. Everything is an illusion caused by the stimulation of the brain caused by alcohol. In addition, it's best for older people to drink less, especially those with a higher alcohol content. I don't want to hear that you accidentally drank too much and died in the middle of the cooperation. After all, it's not easy to find a reliable ally at this tense and sensitive time. Damn it, you're really an expert at ruining the atmosphere. One sentence, and you made me lose the idea of continuing to drink. AI, forget it. Let's talk about business." After complaining helplessly, George put the cup aside, took out an envelope from his pocket, and handed it to Andre. "Take a look first. This is our condition. If there are any problems, we can talk about it slowly. Anyway, this auction will go on for at least 2 hours. I believe that we can reach some agreements by the end." Chapter 324. "Oh, you've even written down the conditions in advance. Are you that confident in winning me over?" Andre asked with a smile as he read the teasing words on the parchment. Based on the discussion of wine just now, the distance between the 2 of them had been shortened by quite a bit. Therefore, when they spoke, they had less scruples and were more casual. However, he knew that the old man in front of him was actually using a special conversational technique. First, he would use some irrelevant small talk to break the strangeness between them, then slowly cultivate their relationship, and finally achieve the goal of making friends. In his previous life, Andre had learned similar tricks, so he was not affected at all. In fact, he even deliberately played along with the old man's act. It had to be said that his age was very deceiving. At least in George Mantle's opinion. A youth who was not even 15 years old could not have too much life experience, no matter how smart he was. As long as he played the emotional card, he would be able to tie him to the Conservative Party's war chariot one day. Just as this scheming traditional aristocrat was about to say something, a burst of enthusiastic cheers sounded in the hall. A woman in her 30s, dressed in a sexy black gown, walked up to the front desk and bowed slightly. "Ladies, gentlemen, welcome to the monthly premium auction. I am the auctioneer, Zoe Bracken. It is my honor to be at your service for the next few hours. Thank you." As soon as she finished speaking, thunderous applause sounded in the hall. She was like a blooming rose, exuding the unique charm of a mature woman. Coupled with her captivating figure that was accentuated by the tight gown, she instantly attracted everyone's attention. Andre keenly sensed that this woman who called herself an auctioneer was not simple, especially that unusual charm of hers. It was definitely not something an ordinary person could possess. Out of caution, he lowered his voice and asked the old man beside him, "You know this person?" "Of course. Everyone in the upper circle of Linton City knows Zoe Bracken. How is it? Tempting, isn't she? I was mesmerized by her when I was young. Even now, I still feel a little moved when I think about it." George stared at the front desk with infatuated eyes as he reminisced with emotion. "When you were young? My God, then wouldn't she be at least 60 years old?" Andre couldn't help but exclaim. One had to know that the woman at the front desk did not have any special bloodline characteristics. She was completely human. Moreover, her face, neck, and the corners of her eyes did not have any wrinkles. Her plump breasts and perky buttocks were still very bouncy. Many of the young people sitting in the front row blushed. It was obvious that they could not control themselves. George shook his head with a bitter smile and explained, "No, Zoe Bracken is more than 60 years old. To be exact, she is 103 years old this year. The reason why she doesn't show any signs of aging is because she rejected the pursuit of a powerful wizard when she was young. The wizard was so angry that he cast a powerful curse on her." After hearing this, Andre opened his mouth wide in shock and muttered to himself, "Curse? You're saying that the curse will allow her to live a long life and never age? Damn it, I want a curse like that too." It wasn't that he was making a fuss out of nothing, but that he really couldn't calm down. After all, this was related to eternal life. Boris, the current president of the Mage Association and an archmage who specialized in transmutation, had tried almost all the known methods in order to prolong his life. However, in the end, it was to no avail. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so excited when he saw the method to escape death. Ulysses, the necromancer, was known as a genius that was hard to come by in 1,000 years. After so many years of research, he had only found a way to barely survive. The side effect was very severe. Every time he transferred his soul, he would have to start from the beginning. But what about this woman in front of him? She only had to endure a curse, and she had almost eternal youth and a long life. It was really enviable. "Ha! Trust me, you don't want to be entangled with this curse. That wizard used the lives of thousands of slaves to carry out a bloody ritual. The curse gave her a charm that no man could resist, but she couldn't be touched by any man. Otherwise, the man would die instantly. The duration of the curse was the sum of the lives of the thousands of slaves." At this point, a trace of fear appeared on George's wrinkled old face. It was obvious that he had recalled something. However, he quickly adjusted his state of mind and continued, "When I was young, I saw with my own eyes a noble youth who wanted to force himself on Zoe. In the end, he was killed by a chandelier that fell from the ceiling just as he tore off Zoe's clothes. I heard that in these few years, in order to relieve the depression and loneliness in her heart, she started to like women. Really? Sigh. The remaining lives of 1,000 people? Doesn't that mean she has to live for more than 10,000 years? Heavens! That's not much different from eternal life, is it? Andre didn't dare to imagine what kind of magic ritual could produce such a terrifying effect. However, judging from the fact that it was able to steal someone's lifespan, it was most likely related to the arcana of necromancy. He finally understood how terrifying the hidden power of Linton City that Loretta Botons had mentioned was. Just a magic ritual like this could only be performed by a legendary mage of at least rank 20. According to some ancient records, when the ancient magic civilization was at its peak, there was an evil genius who invented a legendary spell. Every time he cast it, he could wipe out all living things within a large area of a city, and then use the remaining lives of the victims to strengthen himself. It was almost the same as this curse. Although he couldn't tell if the person who cast this curse was a legendary mage, Andre was 100% sure of one thing. The person who did this was definitely a mage of at least rank 17, and their attainments in magic rituals were definitely at the peak of perfection. Perhaps it was because he saw Andre's gaze that George hurriedly lowered his voice and warned, "Don't even think about Zoe," not to mention the terrifying and fatal curse on her. Just the protection of the Whale Merchant Group is enough to make many people apprehensive. If you like beautiful and mature women, I can help you find a few, but it's best to give up on this one. Hee, I think you've misunderstood. What I'm interested in is not the lady herself, but the powerful curse on her. Right? You should be very familiar with her, right? Can you introduce us to each other after the auction? I want to take some of her hair and blood back to study. Chapter 3:25. As a transmigrator, Andre was very curious about this world that was full of incredible powers. There were all kinds of strange species, mysterious arcane spells, and divine spells. Now that he had seen a person with an almost endless lifespan who would never age, he naturally had the urge to find out more. According to the knowledge from his previous life, aging was actually a physiological phenomenon caused by a large number of cells dying and organ dysfunction. The essence of aging was that due to an unknown reason, more and more cells were damaged, causing the weak balance of the body to be broken, and in the end, it would slowly lead to aging and death. Normally, the theoretical lifespan of a mammal was 5 to 7 times longer than the growth period, which meant that the maximum lifespan of a human was not more than 200 years old. This was because genes determined the maximum number of cell divisions. When the maximum number of divisions reached, all the cells would completely lose their vitality. However, the woman in front of him, named Zoe Bracken, had obviously violated this law. Even in the 21st century, where biological and medical technology was highly developed, a woman over 100 years old could not maintain her appearance of around 30 years old. Perhaps the face and body could be maintained through special diet and exercise, but there were still very obvious signs of aging in certain parts of the body. For example, the skin on the neck would become loose, and the wrinkles at the corners of the eyes would be very obvious. One had to know that there was no plastic surgery in this world. Everything was purely natural, so there was a lot of research value. If one could figure out this point, they would be able to solve the secret of immortality. Although Andre was still very young and did not need any spells to extend his lifespan, he wanted to maintain his physical condition under 25 years old forever. After all, once a human passed this age, their learning ability would start to decline greatly. This was also why most mages would not choose children over the age of 14 when they were selecting apprentices. All right, when the auction is over, I will introduce you to Zoe. As for whether it will work or not, it will depend on Zoe's mood. After saying this, George shook his head helplessly. He had met many talented mages, and he knew how terrifying their thirst for knowledge was. If he did not agree, they would definitely use other means. Thank you. In return, except for the last one, I agree to the rest in principle. As for the specific details, we can discuss them later. One had to pay the same price in order to obtain something. Andre understood this principle a long time ago, which was why he would naturally compensate the old man in other aspects after making excessive demands. Moreover, the conditions that the conservatives proposed weren't harsh. Other than the condition of him having sex with more than 40 noble ladies and having children after renting the place, the other conditions were basically within the scope of what each of them needed. George obviously didn't expect the other party to agree so readily. He couldn't help but reveal a trace of surprise and doubt on his face. Are you sure you don't want to take another look, especially regarding the trade war that has already broken out? We need you to gain enough military merits at sea to suppress the arrogance of Kyrgyzstan, Brest, and the other warmongers. Also, why did you reject the last one? I guarantee that the women selected by each family will be very beautiful, and they won't have to take any responsibility. Isn't it good to just treat it as a wonderful enjoyment? Andre shrugged with a smile. I'm sorry. Although beautiful ladies are very tempting, there are two things I can't accept. First, the result of such a forced arrangement is really uninteresting. Second, I don't have the habit of letting others raise my children, so there's no need to mention this matter again. As for the naval battle, you don't have to worry about it. I'll take a ship out to sea soon to capture the merchant ships of Bakarov and sink their warships. Oh, right. I have something to ask of you. If it's convenient, can you get some bronze, sulfur, charcoal, and saltpeter? The more the better. Aurère's naval battles were still stuck in the era of bows, ballistas, and kerosene. Once they got close, they would only be able to hack at each other with scimitars. There was no technique to speak of. Moreover, most of the ships were very bloated. Generally speaking, they were between the 14th and 12th centuries on Earth, and the tall stern would easily cause the center of gravity to be unstable. If he wanted to gain an absolute advantage in this drawn-out war of attrition, it would be impossible without using some knowledge and methods from his previous life. What he wanted to do was to modify a long and narrow galleon ship, and then use bronze to cast a batch of cannons and muskets. He wanted to let the people of this world experience the power of cannons. Of course, these things could only bully ordinary people without supernatural abilities. If there were wizards on the enemy ships, a combination of flight and fireball would completely nullify the advantage of guns and cannons. In fact, if the conditions allowed, Andre wanted to build an ironclad battleship and use its unparalleled strength to crush the enemy. But it was a pity that technological advancement was never achieved overnight. It involved many basic industrial systems, such as steel production, smokeless gunpowder, mercury fulmination, and so on. Currently, Linton City didn't even have a basic industrial system, so it was impossible for them to build an armored battleship. Not to mention an ironclad battleship. Even the steel refined by the workshops in the suburbs wouldn't meet the standards to make guns and cannons. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen to use bronze, a special alloy that had already been eliminated. One shouldn't think that steel was superior to bronze. In the history of Earth, bronze cannons were only used until the 19th century. Even the Napoleon cannons used during the American Civil War were made of bronze. The reason was simple. Bronze was very malleable, had a low melting point, was easy to smelt, and didn't explode easily. Moreover, the quality of steel at that time wasn't up to standard, so it wasn't strange that bronze was popular. Bronze, sulfur, charcoal, and saltpeter, what do you want these things for? Especially bronze. It was already considered outdated more than 2,000 years ago. No matter what you want to make, I personally recommend that you change it to steel. George couldn't understand what use bronze had. It was soft and heavy. If it was made into a weapon, it wouldn't be able to pierce through steel armor. If it was made into armor, it wouldn't be able to withstand the attack of iron weapons. Otherwise, bronze wouldn't have been eliminated so quickly after the invention of steel smelting technology. In less than 70 years, bronze had completely disappeared. Chapter 326. In the whole world, the only place that still used bronze weapons was the Kingdom of Saranda, which was located in the center of the continent and surrounded by mountains. Because no iron ore was found there, and there was no decent road at all, the people inside couldn't get out, and the people outside couldn't get in. Only a very small number of brave adventurers could barely pass through the dangerous mountains and bring news out. Therefore, it had been isolated from the world for a long time and still remained in the primitive Bronze Age. Don't ask so many questions, just prepare according to my requirements. In addition, I need at least 150 to 200 tons of bronze. Be sure to get it all together within half a month. Andre obviously didn't intend to explain too much, because primitive cannons didn't require much technology. Once someone knew too much about it, it would be easy to imitate it. Although the most scientific gunpowder formula was needed to display its great power, he couldn't guarantee that someone wouldn't accidentally come up with it. So it was better to keep it a secret. More than 150 tons of bronze. Are you sure you're not wrong? Old George could no longer keep calm, and he was so shocked that he couldn't even speak clearly. After all, copper was now used as a basic currency on the Oleal continent. The smallest copper coin was about 10 grams, and more than 200 coins were equivalent to 1 gold coin. In terms of price, 1 kilogram of copper was worth about half a gold coin, and 150 tons were worth 75,000 gold coins. Adding in about 15 tons of tin and labor costs, it would cost at least 100,000 gold coins. For most nobles, 100,000 gold coins was not a small amount. It was equivalent to a medium-sized Chamber of Commerce's profit for a whole year. Seeing the old man's conflicted look, Andre's lips curled up slightly, and he asked with a playful look, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" He wasn't deliberately making things difficult for the old man, but he really needed so much bronze. According to the calculation, the average weight of a cannon was about 2 tons, and after deducting the necessary wear and tear, 150 tons of bronze could only be used to make about 60 to 65 cannons. The rest would be used to make some long guns and short guns, which would basically be used up. From a certain point of view, from the moment human civilization entered the age of firearms, 2 countries at war with each other competed in terms of industrial production capacity. Whoever could produce more and better weapons would be able to arm more troops. During World War II, the United States used the speed of 1 destroyer every 17 days to forcefully cripple Japan. The Soviet Union also used tractor production lines to create a terrifying number of tank armies. They forcefully defeated Nazi Germany, whose military and technological strength were above them. Andre didn't expect the city's conservative nobles to have such terrifying potential, but if they couldn't even produce 150 tons of bronze in half a month, he would have to consider changing sides. Old George understood that this was a test, so he could only grit his teeth and nod. "Okay, isn't it just more than 150 tons of bronze? I promise to deliver it to you within 15 days. The same goes for charcoal, saltpeter, and sulfur." "Very good. I'm a fair person. I'll return whatever benefits others give me. In a week at most, I have a profitable business to introduce to you. I guarantee that it will exceed everyone's expectations." Having said that, Andre put on a mysterious smile and turned his gaze to the front desk, ready to see what good things were prepared for this premium auction. "Big business? Could it be that you've developed a new magic potion?" Old George couldn't wait to ask. Although the Genius Potion and Hero Potion hadn't appeared on the market yet, many people already knew the value of these 2 potions. They planned to buy some during the auction next month. Even if they couldn't use it themselves, they could sell it for more than 10 times the price in other cities. It could be said that the hottest topic in Lincoln City recently was these two potions, as well as their inventor, the newly promoted potion master, Andre. However, to the regret of many nobles and merchants, the two potions had already been divided between the Association of Mages and the four dukes, leaving only a few leftovers for them. Seeing the old man's burning gaze, Andre smiled and shook his head. No, although potions can make a lot of money, there's no possibility of mass production. This alone determines its limited potential. The big business I'm talking about concerns thousands of families. Everyone can't live without it as long as they're still alive. Damn it, you're not talking about table salt, are you? Old George was indeed a shrewd person who'd been in the circle of nobles for decades. He guessed the answer right away. That's right. It's table salt. Otherwise, why do you think Countess Anasta of West Xia would choose a marriage alliance? Where have you been at sea for so many days? As he spoke, a mysterious expression appeared on Andre's face. Oh, oh, oh my God! The women of the Mariel family are really lucky. They actually dug up such a huge gold mine. Hurry up and tell me, do you know of a new sea route? Apart from producing cheap table salt, what other specialties do they have? Old George lost his composure and stood up from his chair. He didn't know if it was because he was too agitated, but his face was flushed and a little purple. In Lincoln City, sea routes meant huge wealth. Every noble had at least one secret sea route, and they could earn huge profits every year. This was especially true for a business like the table salt trade, which was always profitable and never lost money. At this moment, he only hated that he hadn't known about this earlier. Otherwise, he would have done it himself. Even if he had to tie this young man up, he would have tied him to his granddaughter's bed and cooked the rice directly. Andre obviously didn't expect old George's imagination to be so strong. He didn't say anything, but he was inexplicably thought of as having discovered a new sea route. However, this was good. At least he didn't have to say anything. Thinking of this, he smiled and spread out his hands. Sea route? Ha, you can say that. Relax. Countess Anasta of West Xia will return to the city in about a week at most. Then, the truth will be revealed. You should understand that the Mariel family alone wouldn't be able to sell all the table salt, so finding someone to cooperate with became a necessary choice. I'm a person who advocates fairness. Since you and the faction you represent are the first to extend a hand of friendship, then I'll leave the biggest cake for you. There was no doubt that the table salt trade was one of the most profitable businesses in the world. As a necessity, there was no need to worry about a lack of sales. Chapter 3:27. No one could resist the temptation of table salt. Merchants couldn't, nobles couldn't. Even the king would go crazy if he heard of a natural salt lake, and a war might even break out. Old George knew very well how much profit selling salt could bring to the conservatives, so he stroked his beard and paced around a few times. Finally, he slammed the table in the private room. Then it's settled. When I go back, I'll contact the other families and try to satisfy your needs as much as possible, whether it's ships, sailors, or all kinds of resources. As long as you say the word, we'll definitely find a way to get it. In his opinion, as long as he could get a stable supply of table salt, it would be worth it no matter what price he had to pay. This was especially true for the inland towns north of Lincoln City that were severely lacking in salt. Every 50 to 100 kilometers deeper into the city, the price of salt would double. It was more profitable than robbery. Let's end the cooperation here. The auction has already started, and I still want to buy a few useful things. Seeing the old man's two green eyes getting more and more terrifying, Andre decisively ended the topic. He had seen too many people go crazy over table salt. When Lady Anastasia first obtained the method of drying salt, she seemed to be like this as well. No problem. Like I said before, all of today's expenses will be on our tab. You can choose whatever you like, even if you want to buy that bearhound cub. Old George patted his chest and promised very generously. One had to know that he was a famous miser in Linton City. Fortunately, he was in a private room on the second floor. Otherwise, if the other nobles saw him, they would definitely be shocked speechless. While the two of them were talking, a portion of the auction items had been sold off one after another. However, there wasn't anything that was worth too much attention. The highest price was a rare purple pearl the size of an eyeball. It was bought by a mage for 25,000 gold coins. It seemed like he was planning to use it to make magical equipment. After another jewelry transaction was completed, the service staff quickly wrapped something in silk and placed it gently on the table in front of the counter. As they couldn't see clearly what was inside, everyone's curiosity was piqued. The auctioneer, Zoe Bracken, smiled as she looked at the doubtful eyes below the stage. She used a seductive voice to introduce, "Ladies and gentlemen." The next item to be auctioned was very special. It was a rare tree that grew near the volcano on Bird Island in the south. Whenever the lava erupted, this tree would absorb a large amount of fire elemental energy. When the energy accumulated to a certain level, its trunk would split open, revealing the dark red core inside. I believe a lot of people know about the magical properties of the lava tree core. Not only is it the best material for making wands and staffs, but you can also feel warm even in the cold winter of the north if you cut off a small piece and put it on your body. As she spoke, she lifted a corner of the linen cloth, revealing a small section of dark red tree core that was as thick as 3 fingers. As long as one was not blind, one would be able to see the sparks that gathered around it. "Arcane art above. It's really the core of the lava tree," exclaimed a member of the Sorcerers' Association as he stood up abruptly. He wasn't the only one. Almost all the other sorcerers who came to participate in the auction stood up in unison. Even Andre, who was in the private room on the second floor, was no exception. It could be foreseen that the bidding would be very intense. Old George obviously noticed this and hurriedly came over to ask, "Is this thing very important to you?" Andre nodded without hesitation. "Yes, very important. Help me get it with 50,000 gold coins as the upper limit. If it exceeds this amount, then forget it." Although the core of the lava tree was one of the best materials for making fireball wands, if the price exceeded 50,000 gold coins, then he would rather choose another substitute. After all, the material of the wand only determined the upper limit of the arcane spell. In other words, if other magical plants were used, then the fireball wand might only be able to store 30 spells at most. If the core of the lava tree was used, then it might be able to store 50 spells or more. As for the power of the fireball spell, it was determined by the caster's spellcasting level. The higher the spellcaster's level, the more powerful the spell would be. All right, don't talk about 50,000 gold coins. Even if it's 100,000 gold coins, I'll help you get it. Old George saw the importance of this item and made a prompt decision to guarantee it. As a knowledgeable noble, he was very clear that anything related to magic could not be measured by money. Sometimes a little sacrifice could be exchanged for an unimaginable huge return. Do what you can. When it's done, I'll give you a small gift. Andre also knew that if he wanted to get the core of the lava tree in front of so many sorcerers, he would have to spend a lot of money. Therefore, he was prepared to make 2 magical equipment as compensation for the old man beside him. Perhaps it was the reaction of the sorcerers that made everyone feel that this item was very rare, or perhaps it was the merchants and nobles present who knew the use of the core of the lava tree. In any case, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly became lively, and the originally lukewarm auction finally entered the climax. Without a doubt, this was the usual tactic of auctions. They would use one or two items of inestimable value to hype up the atmosphere and pave the way for the next expensive item or the final item. After being an auctioneer for so many years and being over 100 years old, Zobracken knew this like the back of his hand. He paused for a few minutes to let the atmosphere build up. Then he picked up the mallet and knocked on the table with force. Bang! 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 Silence! Please be quiet. I now announce that the starting price of the core of the lava tree, which is 5 meters long and 3 centimeters in diameter, is 15,000 gold coins. Each increment must not be less than 500 gold coins. The auction begins. As the last word was spoken, the hall instantly became lively, and people started to raise the price endlessly. I'll bid 17,000. I'll bid 19,000, 20,000, 22,000. As countless people shouted, the price kept rising. In just a few minutes, it broke through the 30,000 mark, and there was no sign of it stopping. It was so crazy that it was unbelievable. This situation made Andre frown involuntarily. He lowered his voice and complained, "Damn it, don't these fellows know that this thing can only be used in the hands of a sorcerer? Do they have too much money to spend, or are they deliberately here to cause trouble?" Chapter 328. Ha 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 ha. My dear friend, do you think these people are spending money recklessly? To tell you the truth, they want to use this rare material to exchange for a chance for their descendants to be apprenticed to a powerful mage. Old George laughed as he explained patiently. In Lincoln City, every noble family with a long history longed for one or two of their children to become powerful mages. For this reason, they did not hesitate to spend a lot of money to collect rare materials and give them to mages of rank 5 and above. In return, the mages would allow the noble to send one of their children and lead them through the gates of magic until they became an official apprentice or a rank 1 mage. Looking at the fanatical bidders below, Andre sighed helplessly and asked the old man beside him with a wry smile, "How is it? Do you still have the confidence to snatch the core of the lava tree from the hands of these fellows?" Old George took a deep breath and forced a smile as he replied, "I'll do my best. These damned lunatics, they actually raised the price of a broken piece of wood to 70,000 gold coins. It looks like we won't be able to get it within 100,000 gold coins." As someone who often participated in the auctions at the end of the month, he had seen many items with low starting prices being raised to sky-high prices. However, this was the first time he had seen such a popular item. Especially the owners of the wealthy merchant guilds, they did not hesitate in the slightest when bidding and completely displayed the aura of not giving up until they got their hands on it. 75,000 gold coins, 76,000, 77,000, 78,000. Although the number of bidders decreased by 90% after the price exceeded 70,000 gold coins, and they were much more cautious when bidding, there was still no sign of stopping. It was as if they had entered a protracted war of attrition, and it was all about whose financial resources would give up first. Seeing the price rise steadily, old George felt that he could not go any further. He immediately stretched out his right hand and shouted from the second floor, 90,000. In an instant, the entire hall was silent. Everyone raised their heads to look at the private room on the second floor, their faces full of shock and disbelief. It had to be said that this fellow was indeed an old fox. He had a very accurate grasp of people's hearts. He knew that instead of raising the price bit by bit, it was better to raise it to the top in one go and give everyone the illusion that he was determined to get it, thus eliminating the competitors with weak wills. But unfortunately, he made a mistake, and that was he shouldn't have appeared in front of everyone. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes blaze with hatred. The blood marquis, Kyrgyzbrest, who had been mocked by Andre not long ago, immediately found a chance to retaliate. Without a word, he raised his right index finger and yelled with a sinister smile, "I bid 100,000. Today, anyone can take this auction item away, but not you. 110,000. I'd like to see if you can stop me from taking this piece of wood away." Old George sneered back. Perhaps in a direct confrontation, he was a little afraid of the other party's warrior level, but in terms of wealth, he was not afraid of anyone at all. After all, most of the conservative nobles were famous families with a long history, and the income of the industries they operated was stable. Over time, it was definitely an astronomical figure. Moreover, this conflict was in front of so many people. No matter what, they had to win back some face. "Huh, you old miser, you're actually being generous. Come on then. I bid 120,000. Kyrgyzstan raised another finger. 130,000. 140,000. 150,000. Two old men who were over 50 years old went head-to-head like this. They kept raising the price by 10,000, and in the blink of an eye, it had crossed the 200,000 mark. They glared at each other, holding their breaths in their hearts. Neither of them was willing to admit defeat. As for the other bidders, they had already backed out of the competition in fear, silently waiting for the outcome of this confrontation. As the two major powers in Lincoln City's noble system, most people wouldn't easily get involved as long as their brains weren't fried. Otherwise, they would be caught in the middle and could be turned into minced meat at any moment. Just like this, they were just venting. They completely disregarded the price of the auction item and madly increased the price. Let alone ordinary people. Even Zobracken, who had lived for over 100 years, didn't know how to deal with this. He could only look to the person in charge of the auction house for help. However, the latter was obviously very smart. He knew that if he interfered at this time, it would definitely anger both sides. Thus, he chose to wait and see. After all, he could just privately refund some of the money later. Just as the bidding continued to rise and reached the 450,000 mark, Andre, who was sitting on a chair, suddenly turned his head and stared at the corridor on the second floor with a sharp gaze. He held his staff tightly in one hand and silently began to cast a spell with the other. A second later, a majestic beast lifted the curtain and slowly walked in. It had the mouth, ears, claws, and body of a bear. Its head was like a dog's, and its mouth was filled with sharp teeth. Its neck and tail were abnormally thick, and its two yellow eyes were filled with endless anger. Without a doubt, this was the magical creature that was rumored to be among the hunters, the guardian of kindness and justice in the forest, the bear hound. This smart beast didn't attack. Instead, it spoke in human language in a low voice. "Human mage, don't be so nervous. My wife and I don't want to fight with you. We just want to save our child." "Child? Are you saying that the cub that will be auctioned off later is your son or daughter?" Andre asked, slightly surprised. Of course, when he asked, he didn't forget to look back at the hot-blooded old George. He only relaxed after making sure that the other party didn't notice anything. As a mage with a rich reserve of knowledge, he already knew that the bear hound was proficient in 2 or more languages. Moreover, despite its huge size, it was comparable to a thief in terms of stealth. It would be difficult to be discovered even if it passed behind a group of people. Thus, it wasn't difficult at all to sneak past the city walls and enter an auction house that wasn't heavily guarded. That's right. A group of despicable mercenaries took advantage of the fact that I was out hunting and raided my lair. Not only did they injure my wife, who was weak after giving birth, they also took away one of my children. The bear hound shook its huge head and replied with gritted teeth. Although it had high intelligence, it didn't have many cunning thoughts because it had lived in the forest for a long time. It only spoke one thing and 2 things, and hated deceit and lies. Chapter 329. In fact, bearhounds were one of the few wild animals that were kind. Generally speaking, they would not take the initiative to attack humans. Sometimes they would even take the initiative to offer help to those who were in trouble. Andre nodded thoughtfully. So that's how it is? What's your plan? Don't tell me you're going to recklessly rush in and fight with the dozens of guards. I don't know. I'm not good at these things. If you can give me some useful advice, please help me. The bearhound was not stupid. It knew that it could not face too many enemies at the same time, so it decisively chose to ask for help. In its opinion, since this young human did not make a move at the first moment, he was definitely not a bad person. Since he was not a bad person, he would naturally help it. It had to be said that most of the time, the thoughts of animals were very simple. Their understanding of good and evil was also very clear. They were not as cunning as humans. Mission: help the bearhound rescue its young child. A row of information instantly appeared on his retina. Andre thought for a moment and chose yes. Following that, more information appeared. You have accepted the mission. Difficulty evaluation: above average. Mission completion reward: 6,000 experience points. Random reward: a magical beast cub or egg. Seeing these rewards, Andre's face showed a satisfied smile. He gently touched his smooth chin and said as if there was no one around, I can only tell you one thing. After the auction is over, all the items will be sold at the first floor of the basement. There are not many guards in the corridor nearby, only less than 10. If someone can hide inside in advance, extinguish the brazier when the buyer passes by, and then attack with lightning speed, there is a high possibility that he will snatch everything. How about it? Do you understand? Basement, lurk, extinguish the brazier, and finally attack in the dark. I think I understand. Thank you very much for your help. I will remember it in my heart. Goodbye. After that, the bearhound quietly left the room just like how it came in, and soon disappeared at the end of the corridor on the second floor. What a smart and cute big fellow. I hope you can save your child safely. After muttering to himself, Andre stood up and came behind the old man. He whispered in his ear, My friend, give up. The price of this item has exceeded its value by too much. I don't want you to be a sucker. When old George heard this, he immediately turned around and said very seriously, No, this is no longer a matter of price. It concerns the dignity and honor of nobles. If I back out today, I will become the laughingstock of the entire noble circle tomorrow. To us, there are some things that cannot be compromised. Otherwise, it will immediately be seen as a symbol of weakness. Please believe me, you won't become a laughingstock if you give up now. On the contrary, if you don't give up now, you might become the target of ridicule for countless people. As for the lava tree core, you don't have to worry about it. What's mine will always be mine. No one can take it away from me. After saying this, a chilling smile appeared on Andre's face. His eyes were as sharp as knives as he stared fixedly at Kyrgyzstan in the bread room. Old George was obviously quite frightened by the words just now. He subconsciously shivered and hurriedly asked in a low voice, Oh, gods! You're not thinking of robbing it, are you? Don't do anything stupid. If you are seen attacking a marquee in public, your reputation and status will be completely ruined. You might even be banished. The corners of Andre's mouth rose slightly, revealing a sinister smile. He replied in a low voice, Don't worry, I'm not a fool. Why would I do something as stupid as robbing? But just because I won't do it doesn't mean that others won't do it. In short, try to raise the price of the remaining auction items as much as possible. Let that dead-faced fellow bleed a little. When he loses both his wealth and goods, we'll ruthlessly mock him. The battle prowess of the bearhounds, especially their sneak attacks, was definitely not something that a few low-level warriors could withstand. Moreover, There were two bear hounds attacking together this time. Even if the chief knight of Lincoln City came, he would only be able to barely hold them off. What he wanted to do was to use the short-distance teleportation on the magic ring to take advantage of the bargain and steal all the items that Kyrgyzstan had bought. He would let this fellow taste the bitter fruit that he had sowed. Let's see if he still dared to look for trouble for no reason in the future. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. This was the code of conduct that Andrei pursued. If the enemy was stronger than him, then he would bear with it for the time being. When he was confident, then he would retaliate even more fiercely. Ulysses' death was the best example. It was obvious that Kyrgyzstan and the power behind him were not enough for Andrei to bear with it. Therefore, he wanted to teach the other party a lesson that would leave a lasting impression. My dear George, Count Mantell, could it be that you intend to admit defeat? Or are you saying that you don't have enough money? If you don't make a sound, then this auction item will be mine. Seeing that his old rival did not continue to bid, Kyrgyzstan Brest smugly mocked and ridiculed. Not only was he venting his anger, but he was also displaying his strength to everyone present. After all, for nobles, especially those from the southern city-states, wealth was an important standard to measure strength. Only with great wealth could one hire powerful professionals. Only with great wealth could one build a loyal private army. Only with great wealth could one rope in enough allies to a certain extent. The rulers around Lincoln City had already changed from a primitive land economy to one based on trade. They were like a group of greedy vultures, searching everywhere for prey, killing and devouring the corpses to strengthen themselves. Old George did not have the time to ask Andrei, who was trying to steal the auction item. He immediately turned around and pretended to be furious as he roared, "Don't be so happy just yet. Just wait and see. I don't believe that you can take down all the following auction items." As an old fox who had been in the circle of nobles for decades, his acting skills had surpassed many professional actors. Whether it was his expression, tone, or actions, they were all flawless. No one could tell if he was faking it or not to mention that there was such a long distance between the two rooms. Ha 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 ha. Then let's wait and see. I hope your actions are as powerful as your threats. Otherwise, you'll be like a mad dog that only knows how to bark and completely disgrace your family. Chapter 330. Kyrgyzstan laughed wildly as he sat down again. He raised his chin slightly and assumed a condescending posture, his eyes filled with provocation and contempt. Humph! After a cold snort, old George returned to his seat. His angry expression was swept away, and he asked with a playful expression, "I feel that you clearly have a hidden meaning in your words. Tell me what's going on. Who wants to rob Kyrgyzstan? Maybe I can help a little." Andrei smiled mysteriously and pointed at the cage covered with a black cloth at the front of the hall. "Do you still remember the finale of the auction?" "Of course. Isn't it just a young bear hound? I've even seen the egg of a war rider dragon. Only those low-class nobles and merchants would be interested in it." Old Joey glanced at the people below, who didn't have the qualifications to enter the private rooms on the second floor. His eyes were filled with disdain. As the name implied, a war rider dragon was a carnivorous dinosaur bred through hybridization. It could carry powerful warriors or knights on its back and rampage on the battlefield. Even the overlords of the sky, dragons, had to be extra careful when they saw them. Otherwise, it wouldn't be strange if they were bitten to death. They had thick and powerful hind legs, short and sharp front claws, strong and powerful jaws, thick and tough teeth, and tough scaly skin that covered their back all the way to their spiked tail. When they reached adulthood, they would be 5.5 meters tall, with a body length of more than 10 meters, including the tail, and their weight could reach more than 12 tons. In order to increase their fighting strength, these terrifying predators would be covered with heavy half-body armor. Their charging speed could reach up to 40 kilometers per hour, and their endurance was excellent. One had to know that a light tank only weighed between 10 to 20 tons. When it ran at full speed, it could easily crush ordinary vehicles into scrap metal. If it ran over a person, that person would definitely be reduced to ashes. Just imagine if a Tyrannosaurus Rex covered in metal armor suddenly rushed into the battlefield. What kind of spectacular scene would that be? It was definitely not much worse than a tank charging into an infantry formation. Moreover, it could jump, bite, and use its sharp front claws to tear open the enemy's stomach. That's right, this was a war dragon, the ultimate cavalry of the entire Oleo continent. Only the two easternmost kingdoms had the technology to breed and domesticate these creatures. Both sides desired to be the only ones with war dragons, so every once in a while, a fierce war would break out. Many people took the opportunity to steal the eggs of the war dragons and sell them elsewhere for auction. It was said that just the starting price alone was more than 100,000 gold coins. André had long been fascinated by these strange things. Naturally, he had heard of the great name of the Battle Knight dragon. At the same time, he also knew that every time their eggs appeared in the auction house, it would cause a huge commotion. Unfortunately, this kind of investment didn't mean that they would get a return. It might even bring disaster. First of all, hatching dragon eggs was a huge problem. Due to the confidentiality of the technology, 99% of people didn't know the conditions for hatching. Some people chose to heat it with fire, but in the end, they were roasted alive. Next was the domestication method. After all, this was a huge monster comparable to a Tyrannosaurus Rex. In the monster guide, its challenge level was 16. Moreover, as a reptile, its intelligence was shockingly low. Most of the time, it relied on its instincts to move. It might suddenly go crazy and swallow its master. In André's view, such a terrifying carnivore full of uncertainty and danger was far inferior to a bear hound. Although the latter's combat strength was much lower, at least it was smart enough to understand relatively complex orders. Usually, as long as they cultivated a good relationship, there would be no danger. Thinking of this, he smiled and shook his head. Sometimes, more power isn't better. First, you have to have the ability to control it. Forget it. It's probably useless to talk to you about this. Let's talk about business. Just when you were confronting Kyrgyzstan, the bear hound's parents appeared, and I happened to give them some useful advice. Take a guess. Can our blood marquis and his followers withstand the ambush of two bear hounds in the dark? Hearing this, old George's eyes instantly lit up. He immediately laughed and clapped his hands. Ha 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 ha. You're really bad, but I like it. Bad. No, no, no. I prefer to call this chivalrous. Think about it. If Kyrgyzstan spent a lot of money to vent his anger, but in the end, he was attacked by two bear hounds and lost all the goods he bought, what would the result be? Saying this, André gently stroked the black crystal ring on his finger. His orange pupils flickered in the dim light, emitting a strange charm. Old George seemed to feel the strange atmosphere. He subconsciously shivered and asked carefully, You plan to act together with the bear hounds when they attack? André nodded without hesitation. That's right. To be exact, I'll rush in to help the moment the bear hounds attack and take away all the goods. Of course, I'll need your support. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to take so many things out. As a mage with a meticulous mind, he would first run countless simulations in his mind before taking any action. He would find the weak points and think of a way to make up for them. The most difficult part of this operation was how to take all the goods out of the auction house after the robbery without alerting anyone. After all, the ring's short-distance teleportation had a fatal weakness, and that was that it had to be within the range of the eye to complete the accurate teleportation. Moreover, Whether it was the golden idol or the 1-meter-long lava tree core, there was no way to hide them on the body. Thus, he needed a helper in charge of providing support. Old George had obviously never participated in such an operation before. He seemed a little nervous. He kept shaking his legs while licking his lips from time to time. Finally, he fiercely slapped his thigh. "Damn it! That sounds so exciting. But as long as I can make Kyrgyzstan suffer a big loss, I'm willing to do anything." After hearing the other party's affirmative answer, Andrei smiled and extended his right hand. Then welcome to the team. I guarantee that 1/3 of the goods will be yours after we get them. Now, continue to provoke that cute Mr. Marquis and try to make him bleed more. This way, when an accident happens, the expression on his face will be more interesting, right? Also, don't raise the price too high. Otherwise, if we accidentally buy them, we'll be the ones to suffer a loss. Chapter 3:31. Don't worry, I know the financial resources that guy can use like the back of my hand. I'll definitely tighten his psychological bottom line and let him have a good taste of what a huge mistake it is to be our enemy. After saying that, old George smiled sinisterly and reached out his right hand to clench it together. The two cunning men, one old and one young, had finally become close allies. Soon, there was a burst of happy laughter in the private room. Andrei could already imagine how embarrassed Kyrgyz Brest would be after losing a large sum of money and all the auction items. Not to mention his enemies, even his closest allies would suddenly turn against him. If he didn't handle it well, it could lead to the bankruptcy of his family. The leader of a faction sounded very high-end, impressive, and high-class, but in essence, it was just a representative elected by a group of interests. On one hand, it was to set a benchmark to unite allies and fight against enemies. On the other hand, it was to attract firepower so that the other families could hide behind it. For a position like this, it would be fine if one didn't make a big mistake, but once one made a big mistake, they would immediately be abandoned by the group of interests. Similar things had happened before in this magical land. Poor Kyrgyz Brest didn't know that he had become the prey that had fallen into a trap. He was still standing proudly on the opposite side, his expression full of provocation. The confrontation between the two noble factions in Linton City, as well as the boldness and heroism of throwing out hundreds of thousands of gold coins without even batting an eyelid, allowed everyone present to see the wealth behind them. At the same time, it pushed the atmosphere of the auction to its peak. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zoe Bracken hurriedly introduced the first auction item of the day. It was a golden idol that was 30 centimeters tall and weighed about 25 kilograms. Not only was it a valuable antique, it could also release 6 types of healing magic below level 3. It could be used 3 times a day for each level. It was definitely a rare item. Of course, the price was also very expensive. Just the starting price alone was 30,000 gold coins. As soon as it was taken out, it caused a stir. Many people stood up from their seats and stared greedily at the shining golden statue. Even some shrines sent out representatives to see if they could take it and offer it to the gods they served. Objects that contained divine power and faith had always been the target of countless people, especially the golden statue placed on the front desk of the hall. It was obvious that it had absorbed a large amount of faith from mortals, and there was still a small amount of divine power left. Such an item hadn't appeared in Linton City for decades, so the bidding jumped from 30,000 to 100,000. The bidder was none other than the newly promoted bishop of the Church of the Goddess of Dawn, Clarice. Due to her outstanding performance in the underground labyrinth and her success in stopping the shadow sorcerer's plan to break the seal, she was greatly rewarded the moment she returned to the city. Not only was her level forcibly raised to level 12, but she was also promoted from a high-ranking administrator to a bishop who presided over a region. Her position was second only to the highest-ranking archbishop in the vicinity of Linton City. The gorgeous gemstone emblem on her chest was the best proof. As a goddess who had part of the sun priesthood, almost everyone knew that Lucia's wish was to complete her incomplete sun priesthood and restore the glory of the only sun god in ancient times. As a high-ranking priest of her church, Clarice could tell at a glance that the power contained in the statue was almost the same as the power of the fallen sun god Adam. She had to get it at all costs, and then offer it to the goddess. Otherwise, if it fell into the hands of the enemy, it would be troublesome to get it back. It should be known that although the Church of the Goddess of Dawn was very powerful, it was not without opponents. Many churches of the evil alignment gods were looking for trouble openly and secretly. Among them, the Church of the God of Tyranny, Golden, was the most active. Sometimes bloody conflicts would even break out. The two sides could be said to have deep grudges, as this god advocated that the lower class must be absolutely obedient to the ruler and torture, and killing to suppress those who disobeyed. It was supported and approved by some of the nobles in Linton City. In particular, the warmongers led by Kyrgyz Brest basically liked this set of arguments very much. As expected, the two sides began to compete for the ownership of the statue without saying a word. The price broke through the 400,000 mark in just a few minutes. Looking at his old rival fighting to the death with the Church of the Goddess of Dawn, old George was simply overjoyed. He laughed and teased. Wow, wow, wow. Kyrgyz is really crazy. To think that they would stand up against the Divine Hall so openly. Doesn't he know the consequences of doing so? Rubbing his chin and thinking for a few minutes, Andrei smiled playfully. No, on the contrary, I think he's fearless. Think about what they've been doing recently. Don't you think there's something unusual about it? Unusual? Old George frowned, a thoughtful expression appearing on his face. Now that you mention it, it does seem to be a little bit. According to the report of the spies we sent, a few people in black robes suddenly came to Kyrgyz's house more than half a month ago. They haven't come out since they went in. Could it be? Before he finished speaking, Andrei nodded lightly, more or less. He must have secretly formed an alliance with some forces. Otherwise, how could he dare to go against the Church of the Goddess of Dawn? It seems that more and more forces are starting to get involved. The entire South will soon be in turmoil. There was a saying that pull one hair and the whole body will be affected. It was most appropriate to describe the recent situation in Linton City. After all, this city was the overlord of the entire Southern Sea. There were so many city-states, churches of gods, trading companies, pirates, secret organizations with ulterior motives, and so on. They were all paying attention to the changes here at all times. Some were speculators who wanted to get some benefits for themselves, and some were schemers who wanted to overthrow the regime. In short, the situation he had to face was quite complicated. Not only did he have Loretta Botons as an enemy, but more and more people would join in as the maritime dispute escalated. As a smart person who could see the big picture, Andrei knew very well what kind of situation he was facing, so he had been actively roping in allies to prepare for the upcoming game. Of course, it was not easy to do this, because others would not easily tell you their purpose, and it was also impossible for them to reveal the plan hidden in their hearts. Everything had to be judged based on experience and feelings. Chapter 332. However, the years of hard work in society in his previous life allowed Andrei to come up with a special method that could effortlessly distinguish who could be friends and who was destined to be enemies. The method was simple. It was to see if the other party had an irreconcilable conflict of interest with him. If there was, then this person or organization would fall out with him sooner or later, even if they did not show hostility for the time being. If not, even if they had some unpleasant experiences in the past, they could still form an alliance for a common goal. Interests would not lie. It was precisely because of conflicts of interest that there would be fights, compromises, and cooperation. At the thought of a group of unknown fellows playing tricks around him, Andre sneered inwardly. He said to the old man beside him, "Find out the background of those fellows in black robes as soon as possible. I have a hunch that they will be our main opponents in the next half a year or so. I've already hired adventurers to investigate. I believe there will be results soon. No matter who these people are, where they come from, and what their purpose is, they have chosen the wrong side and the wrong target to invest in," old George said with a sinister expression. The conservative nobles were still nobles. Although they were not as aggressive and extreme as the pro-war faction, they were essentially the same. Once they confirmed who their enemy was, they would definitely spare no effort to attack. Sometimes they would even mobilize their private army to start a small-scale war. In that case, I'll leave this to you. I'll go and make some preparations. Remember to stand at the stairs leading to the basement for a few minutes after the auction ends. Otherwise, I won't be able to pass through the magical alarm set there." With that, Andre stood up and quickly cast a level 2 spell, Invisibility. He disappeared in the air in the blink of an eye. Is this the power of magic? It looks really convenient, watching a living person disappear before his eyes. Old George couldn't help but mutter to himself with a sigh. Although he had hired a mage as his personal consultant, he rarely got to see him cast spells. Moreover, he could not even find a person with the talent of a mage in his descendants. Hence, he yearned for this kind of power that ordinary people could not understand. As he had entered the state of invisibility, Andre did not respond to the old man. Instead, he left the box alone and walked toward the entrance of the basement. It wasn't that he didn't want to speak, but that he couldn't. This was because the invisibility technique had a fatal flaw. While it was in effect, whether it was speaking or making any offensive movements, it would cause the Arcane technique to lose effect, instantly exposing the user. Along the dimly lit corridor, Andre passed the guards without any mishap. It didn't take long for him to reach the lobby on the first floor. Just as he was about to step into the basement, he suddenly saw 2 huge Bolton fighting dogs. From the color of their fur and thick lips, he could see that they were pure-blooded. Their attack power was no weaker than a lone wolf in the wild. There was no doubt that invisibility was useless against canine creatures with a keen sense of smell. Even if they were blind, they could easily detect a stranger approaching. Seeing the 2 ferocious-looking dogs baring their teeth and growling menacingly, Andre couldn't help but frown and curse inwardly. Damn it! What kind of dog are you keeping for a proper auction house? Moreover, it's such a large fighting dog. He was very clear that he only had 2 choices now. One was to immediately use arcane magic to get rid of these 2 troublesome dogs. After that, he would quickly take care of the surrounding guards without letting them make the slightest sound. As for the other choice, he would immediately use short-distance teleportation to leave this place and completely give up on his next move. Obviously, he didn't have much time to think in this situation. In particular, the abnormal reaction of the 2 fighting dogs had already attracted the attention of one of the guards. He had already unsheathed his long sword and was vigilantly observing the surroundings, trying to find the invisible intruder. It had to be said that in this world where supernatural forces ran rampant, anyone who could become a profession basically had very thick nerves. Even if they saw something unbelievable, they could still accept and adapt in a short period of time. All right, looks like I'll have to let you guys sleep for a while. After making up his mind to choose the first option, Andre calmly took out a pink potion bottle from his waist pouch. Holding his breath, he gently pulled out the cork and let the colorless and odorless gas evaporate in the air. In just a few seconds, an unbelievable effect was produced. Whether it was the ferocious dogs that were baring their teeth or the guards that were holding sharp swords, all of them seemed to be drunk. They suddenly became unsteady, and not long after, they fell to the ground with a plop, snoring loudly. Seeing that the magic potion had begun to take effect, he immediately nodded in satisfaction. Carefully dragging the sleeping guards and fighting dogs to a dark corner, he safely entered the dark underground tunnel. Ever since he had obtained the Shadow Sorcerer's spell book, Andre had learned many new arcane spells from it. The potion bottle just now was made with a level 1 spell, Hypnosis. When it came into contact with the air, a large amount of it would evaporate. Anyone who breathed in a certain amount would feel a strong sense of drowsiness. Even if they were on the battlefield, they could still fall asleep. Of course, this state of sleep was not stable. Once they were attacked, they would instantly wake up. Andre had never been a person who liked to kill, even if killing could allow a mage to level up quickly. In his opinion, no matter what he did, there should be a limit. Just like how people must know how to restrain their own desires, ambitions, and greed. Otherwise, sooner or later, they would be slaves controlled by their instincts. Especially when it came to killing people of the same kind, it was easy to create negative emotions. Moreover, it was very addictive. He did not want to become a psychopathic murderer one day, or a crazy mage with a mental disorder. Therefore, it was necessary to keep a bottom line. Unless the life of his family or himself was threatened, he would not easily cross the red line. In his previous life, Andre had seen too many people who were tempted and broke the bottom line time and time again. Among them, there were officials in politics, and there were also businessmen who carefully ran their businesses. At the very beginning, they had all set a red line for themselves and swore that they would never break it. But it was a pity that most of the time, money, power, and women were always more tempting than morality, especially when the social atmosphere was so impetuous. Usually it would not take more than 2 years to drag a fair and honest official into the water, and it would also be enough for a legitimate businessman to learn how to bribe. After breaking the bottom line for the first time, humans would have a very strange thought. That was, since you have broken it once, there was no harm in breaking it again. When you finally reached a dead end, you would be shocked to find that you had forced yourself into a dead end. Therefore, Andre was not willing to easily break the bottom line that he had always held. And his bottom line was that he would never kill innocent people, even if it was very likely that he would have to pay a terrible price. Chapter 333. The architectural style and structure of the auction house was similar to that of most noble houses. The ground was hollowed out as a vault to store expensive items. After bidding, all the auction items would be sent to the heavily guarded underground vault via a cable. After the auction was over, the buyer would make the payment and the goods at the same time. To ensure absolute safety, the builder had designed a narrow passageway that was almost 100 meters long between the vault and the staircase. Both sides of the passageway were filled with arrow holes, and there were no less than 10 magic traps on the ground. Even a bird would not be able to fly through the passageway, let alone a living person weighing more than 50 kilograms. However, Andre did not plan to enter the vault. He found a dark corner and hid there, quietly waiting for the auction to end. Although he did not find any trace of the bear hound, he knew that it must be nearby. Perhaps it would be difficult for a human to get past 2 fighting dogs, but for them, who had the special ability, Wild Identity, changing the attitude of a dog was a piece of cake. The underground passageway was very quiet, other than the occasional crackling sound from the braziers used to light up the place. There was only the occasional breeze from the vent. Andre silently observed the movements at the entrance of the vault. Every time an auction item came down, he would squint his eyes and carefully observe it. His time as a hunter in lonely mountain town had trained him to have an incomparable patience. He could even wait for a few hours in the same spot without any problem. as time passed, the auction items slid down the cable inside the stone wall one by one. A few staff members carefully placed the expensive items on the stone table at the side. At the same time, they placed a piece of parchment with the transaction price written on it so that the buyer could clearly see the amount they had to pay. Of course, such a transaction that cost tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of gold coins was not likely to be done in cash. After all, no one liked to carry dozens or hundreds of kilograms of gold around. Therefore, most of the time, the payment was still made by the merchants. Just as Andre was secretly estimating the value of the dazzling items, a strange howl suddenly came from the other end of the passageway. Following that, a 1-meter square iron cage slid down. Inside it was none other than a bear hound that had just been born for a few weeks. The little guy had white hair all over its body, and its 2 pale yellow eyes looked around innocently. It howled and licked its front paws, as if it was calling for its parents. It looked very cute. In an instant, the entire tunnel was quickly filled with a murderous aura. In the blink of an eye, 2 strong and vigorous silhouettes vaguely appeared in the darkness. After only a second, everything returned to normal. There was no doubt that it was an adult bear-hound couple, but because they couldn't cross the pit-filled passage, they chose to endure for the time being. The cub, the golden idol, and the mysterious map, the 3 finale items, have all arrived. Now it's time to pick up the bargain. I hope this dear Marquis is magnanimous and won't be angered to death. Andre mocked Kyrgyzstan in his mind before he quickly entered battle mode. Although he had no intention of clashing head-on with the other party, since he was already here, he had to leave a mark for the other party. Otherwise, how could he face the other party's arrogant attitude and provocation? At the same time, he could also let everyone know how he treated those with ulterior motives. That's right. What Andre wanted to do was create a misunderstanding. He wanted everyone to know that he was the one who did it, but he didn't leave any evidence behind. This way, the enemies hiding in the dark would feel fear and be afraid that they would suffer the same treatment. Just like the saying went, when dealing with the enemy, whether it was killing, threatening, or destroying, they were all just means. The real goal was to use these to intimidate the enemy and make them feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. If you couldn't do this, then no matter how much you killed, you would only incite anger and hatred. As one of the few extreme negative emotions, fear could produce many interesting phenomena, such as accelerated heartbeat, increased blood pressure, pale face, weak limbs, cold sweat, and so on. In serious cases, it could even cause breathing difficulties and eventually suffocate to death. However, these were all physiological manifestations. What really interested Andre was the changes in the heart, or rather, the brain. When humans felt fear, their perception, memory, and thought processes would be impaired. They would completely lose the ability to analyze and judge the current situation, and they would do some stupid things. What he wanted to do now was to make Kyrgyz breast fall into endless anger and fear. Then, in the following actions, he would make the wrong judgment and expose his friends one by one. This was what it meant to create a pig-like teammate. Less than 10 minutes after the auction ended, many people began to follow the order of the auction and came to the basement, one after another, to collect the items they had bought. However, none of them noticed that the guards and fighting dogs that were supposed to be at the entrance were sleeping soundly in a dark corner. They also didn't notice the 2 terrifying beasts lurking in the dim corridor. Seeing the auction items being taken away one by one, even the tenacious Andre couldn't help but feel nervous. All the muscles in his body tensed up subconsciously. The eyes hidden under the hood stared at the corner. With the help of night vision, he could easily see everyone's faces. Suddenly, a flattering voice sounded from the staircase connected to the hall on the first floor. "Lord Marquis, you really stole the limelight today. Not only did you ruthlessly crush the conservative faction's face, even the insufferably arrogant Church of Light had no choice but to lower their heads before you. It seems that it was a wise choice to elect you as our leader. Rest assured, all the expenses today will be distributed to all the families according to the ratio. As soon as he finished speaking, a large group of people walked out from the corner. Among them were old men with white hair and beards, as well as youths who looked to be in their 20s or 30s. All of them had excited expressions on their faces as they discussed the auction. These people were none other than Kyrgyz Brest and his party. Perhaps it was because they had successfully bought most of the treasures, but all of them seemed exceptionally happy and kept on praising the Marquis of Blood. Chapter 334. Another man in the prime of his life snorted coldly and said, arrogantly, "Humph, of course. We control a quarter of this city's businesses, fleets, and wealth. If we can't even suppress a mere church, how can we control the political situation in the future? Also, don't underestimate that old fox George Mantle. Although I don't know why he chose to give up at the crucial moment today, one thing is for sure. The conservatives are definitely plotting something." Another man with a mustache nodded in agreement. "That's right. Although we've achieved a glorious victory, we've paid a high price. After all, we have to fork out 2 million gold coins at once. That's almost all of our liquid funds. There's nothing to worry about. Hasn't the trade war already begun? We can send a portion of our warships to capture the merchant ships of Bakarov City. It won't take long for us to fill the gap. Besides, with that golden idol, that lord will definitely—" Before the man could finish speaking, Kyrgyzstan immediately glared at him with a sharp gaze and scolded sternly, "Shut up, idiot! If I hear you spout nonsense in public again, don't blame me for being rude." "I'm very sorry. I couldn't control myself for a moment. I promise there won't be a next time." The man was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. He hurriedly shrank his neck and bowed in fear. As they spoke, the few of them quickly passed through the pit-filled corridor and arrived at the entrance of the warehouse where the auction items were stored. Without wasting any time, Kyrgyzstan Braster took out a thick stack of bills and handed it to the other party. After a few minutes of checking and checking, he asked the servants to carry everything and walked back to his room at a leisurely pace. Just as he stepped out of the narrow corridor, 2 huge shadows descended from the sky and instantly pounced on the brazier used for illumination. For a moment, the back half of the corridor was plunged into complete darkness. A portion of the people who had just walked down the stairs fell into a panic, cursing and screaming incessantly. Seeing this, one of the people in charge of the auction house quickly yelled at the guards beside him, "Don't just stand there. Hurry! Activate the magic defenses. You must ensure the safety of the guests." As a senior manager of this auction house, he knew very well that under special circumstances, the priority should not be the expensive auction items, but the guests who came to participate in the auction. One had to know that the guests who were qualified to participate in the premium auction were mostly rich and respectable. Half of them were nobles and big merchants. If there were any casualties, there would be no business in the future. After all, they would only lose some money if they lost something, and they would be able to earn it back in the future. However, if there were not enough customers, no matter how good the product was, it would not be able to sell for a high price. Hee. Only now did you remember to activate your magic defense. It's too late. As he spoke, Andre dashed forward and punched the nose of the servant holding the lava tree core. The servant's face instantly split open. The unlucky guy let out a blood-curdling scream, then fell to the ground with a plop. He covered his face with both hands, and tears kept flowing down. As for the item in his hand, it had already fallen into Andre's hands. A satisfied smile quickly appeared on Andre's face as he felt the dense fire elemental energy coming from the wooden stick in his hand. The first treasure is mine. Roar! Roar! Noticing that someone was helping them, the two bear hounds hurriedly let out a deafening roar. They waved their sharp claws and aggressively charged into the crowd. Everywhere they passed, they immediately set off a bloody storm. The dense smell of blood and howls of agony lingered in the air. However, they were still animals of the benevolent camp. Even if they were burning with rage, they would not kill so easily. Most of the people had only suffered superficial wounds that were far from fatal. As long as they were bandaged, they would recover in a few days. However, it was precisely because of this that more and more people were screaming, and the sound was even more terrifying. This was especially so for the person in charge on the other side of the passage. His forehead was already covered with soybean-sized beads of sweat. He could already foresee that if anything happened to these distinguished guests, he would not be able to survive. Don't panic. Don't panic. Form a circle. These two beasts are here to save that cub. As long as we hold on for a while, they'll be dead once the magical defense is activated. Kyrgyzstan Brester was indeed a great noble known as the Marquis of Blood. Even in such a chaotic situation, he did not show any signs of weakness. Instead, he called for the people beside him to draw their weapons and stand back to back, ready to fight to the death. Even though he could not see anything in the darkness, as a warrior of a high level, he had once learned how to fight blindly. He could calmly deal with most of the enemies just by relying on his voice and sharp intuition. It had to be said that this shout played a significant role in the chaos. Many of the men hurriedly drew their swords and quickly formed a seemingly weak but actually very effective defensive formation. In just a few seconds, several wounds were left on the bear hounds. Andre, who had just flipped over another servant and snatched a treasure map in a box, quickly noticed the situation at hand. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he purposely tightened his voice and used a teasing and low tone to tease. Ayaya, you can't bully us with numbers like this. After all, the game has to be fair to be fun. Otherwise, wouldn't it be too boring? As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly raised both of his hands and began to loudly chant a spell. The originally dark corridor suddenly flashed with a faint light. Under the illumination of this light, everyone could see a cloaked figure. However, because the light was too dim, it was impossible to see clearly with human vision. They could only feel the energy filled with magic reverberating in the air. Such a strange scene shocked everyone present. No one knew who was the first to react, but he immediately shouted at the top of his lungs, "Quick! Stop him! Don't let that mage cast the spell successfully. This is the underground. There's no space to dodge at all." Unfortunately, he forgot that Andre was not the only one who launched this attack. The two bear hounds easily identified who was helping them through the smell. Without saying a word, they launched an attack from the flanks. In the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 unlucky fellows were toppled over. The space in the corridor was very narrow to begin with. It could only allow 2 to 3 people to walk side by side. There was no space to dodge at all. Thus, it was especially disadvantageous when facing such large beasts. There was no other choice but to bite the bullet and fight for their lives.